Hey friends! Glad you're here at Watch Harry. We've cooked up something special. Goblin Tribunal blood-tested Harry at age 6 and discovered Dumbledore stole 12 million galleons from 8 vaults. Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, Blood and Gold. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Not by owl. Owls could be intercepted, tracked, turned back by wards. The goblins had learned that lesson 400 years ago when a particularly clever wizard named Aldrich Flemsworth had tried to contest a debt claim by hexing every postal bird within a mile of Gringotts. The goblins had responded by inventing something considerably more difficult to hex, a small brass token, no larger than a coat button, that simply appeared in the pocket of whoever it was meant for. Harry Potter found it in the pocket of his oversized trousers on the morning of July 28, 1986. 6 days after his 6th birthday. He almost missed it. He almost always missed things in those trousers. They'd belonged to Dudley 2 summers ago, and there was enough room in the waistband to hide a small dog. Harry had learned to move carefully in them, to keep one hand near his hip when he walked so they didn't slide, and to avoid running unless he was being chased, which happened often enough that he'd developed a secondary strategy involving the gap in Mrs. Fig's fence. He was in the kitchen when he found it. 4 in the morning, because Aunt Petunia wanted the bacon started before she came downstairs, and the one time Harry had been 30 seconds late with it she'd spent 3 days referring to him as the ungrateful drain. He didn't mind the early mornings, honestly. The kitchen at 4 in the morning was the quietest place in the world. No Dudley. No Vernon watching the financial news with the volume turned up like he was personally responsible for the sound reaching the back row. Just the low tick of the radiator and the particular shade of dark blue the sky went before it decided to turn pink. He reached into his pocket for the box of matches. The stove had a dodgy igniter, and his fingers closed around something that wasn't matches. He pulled it out. Turned it over in the thin light from the window above the sink. It was brass. Or something that looked like brass, except it was warm in a way brass wasn't, warm the way a mug of tea was warm, radiating from the inside. There was a symbol on one face, something that looked like scales, or maybe a door, depending on how you tilted it. On the other face, in letters so small Harry had to hold it close to his nose, were 2 words. Come now. Harry stared at it for a long moment. Then he put the bacon on, because he wasn't stupid enough to leave Aunt Petunia without her bacon, and while it cooked he kept the token in his palm and thought very carefully about the word now. He'd had strange things happen before. The hair incident, Aunt Petunia had cut it practically to the scalp and it had grown back overnight. The glass at the zoo. The time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang and still had no clear memory of how the roof had seemed like an option, let alone how he'd gotten there. He'd learned not to mention these things. He'd also learned, in the private part of his brain that he never showed anyone, that these things were his. Whatever they were. They happened when he needed them. They came from somewhere inside him that felt, when he paid close attention, like a low steady hum, like the bass note of a song playing in another room. The token was warm in the same way. He plated the bacon. Left it in the oven on low. Wrote bacon in the oven, HP on a piece of paper and put it on the counter because if Aunt Petunia came down to an empty kitchen and no note she'd assume he'd stolen something, and he didn't have the energy for that particular argument today. Then he walked out the back door into the blue dark morning, and the token pulled him left. Not physically. It didn't yank his hand or glow or do anything dramatic. It just became slightly warmer when he turned left toward the end of the garden, and slightly cooler when he turned right, and he followed the warmth through the garden gate and down the alley behind number 4 and around the corner onto Magnolia Road, which was empty and silent and smelled like someone's roses and petrol. He stopped in front of a brick wall that formed the boundary of someone's back garden. The token went very warm. Then a door appeared in the wall. It was a good door, solid, dark wood, brass hinges, the same symbol as the token carved into the frame. It looked like it had always been there. Harry had the sudden, peculiar certainty that if Aunt Petunia walked past it right now she would simply not see it, and would probably tell herself later that she'd walked past the Henderson's gate and not thought about it. He opened it and went through. The room on the other side was not a back garden. It was stone. All of it, walls, floor, ceiling, fitted stone blocks worn smooth by what looked like centuries of use. The ceiling was low enough that an adult would have to duck slightly, but the proportions were clearly built for something shorter than adult humans, and the light came from lanterns that burned with a steady white-gold flame that cast no shadows. There was a long table of dark wood in the center. There were chairs around it, some sized for the creatures who sat in them, several sized for humans, and there were goblins. 7 of them. Harry had seen goblins once, when Aunt Petunia had taken Dudley to London for his birthday and they'd walked past the white marble steps of Gringotts. He'd known, without being told, that they were significant. He hadn't known why. Now, in a room lit by fire that made no shadows, looking at 7 goblins seated around a formal table wearing robes that seemed to be made of something darker and heavier than cloth, he understood that significance had nothing to do with size. They watched him come through the door with the particular stillness of people who were very good at being patient and had decided, for this specific occasion, to set that patience aside. The one at the head of the table was the oldest. His face was a topographic map of a very long and complicated life, and his eyes were the color of old bronze and held the same steady weight. He wore a chain of office across his shoulders that Harry immediately recognized as important in the same way you recognized importance without needing it explained, the way you knew a judge's bench meant something the moment you saw it. "Harry James Potter," the old goblin said. His voice was deeper than you'd expect from his size, and carried the particular authority of someone who had never needed to raise it to be heard. "Sit down." Harry sat. He looked around the table at the 7 faces looking back at him. None of them looked warm, exactly. But none of them looked hostile either. They looked like people who had come to do something serious and intended to do it correctly. "You're goblins," Harry said. Because it seemed worth establishing. "You're perceptive," said the one to the left of the head, whose voice had an edge to it like a blade being tested on a whetstone. Female, Harry thought, though he wasn't entirely certain of goblin gender markers yet. Her robes were a deep red and she had a ledger open in front of her. "My name is Ragnarok," said the old goblin at the head of the table. "I am Chief Director of Gringotts Bank and of the Goblin Nation's Senior Tribunal. You were summoned here under Clause 19 of the Goblin Wizard Accord of 1347, which grants this tribunal the authority to compel the attendance of any magical being who holds an account or inheritance at Gringotts, regardless of age, current guardianship, or residential ward protections." He paused. "Do you understand that?" Harry thought about it. "You can call me here no matter what anyone else says." "Correct." "And the ward protections, you mean the ones on the house?" Several of the goblins exchanged a look that Harry couldn't fully read but that seemed to carry a weight of its own. "Yes," Ragnarok said carefully. "The ones on the house." "I've always thought those were a bit strange," Harry said. "For a completely normal house in a completely normal street." He kept his voice neutral, which was something he'd gotten very good at over 6 years of navigating a household where the wrong tone could cost you dinner. Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment. "How strange." "Very," Harry agreed. The goblin with the red robes and the ledger made a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Ragnarok didn't look at her, but something in the set of his shoulders acknowledged it. "We will come to the wards," Ragnarok said. "First, we require your consent to proceed. You are 6 years old, and under wizarding law you cannot legally consent to most formal proceedings. Under goblin law, however, any magical being old enough to understand a question is old enough to answer it. So I will ask you plainly, do you consent to a blood verification ritual to confirm your identity and inheritance status? What does that involve? A single drop of blood on a prepared document. The document will record your lineage, your inherited titles, your vault entitlements, and any magical bindings placed on your person." Harry looked at the table for a moment. Then he looked back at Ragnarok. What happens if there are bindings? Then we document them, Ragnarok said. And we act accordingly. And if I say no? Then you go home, and we summon you again when you are 17, and by that point certain things will have become considerably more difficult to untangle. Something moved in the old goblin's bronze eyes. But I want to be clear, we are not asking you to trust us blindly. We have reasons for conducting this tribunal now, at your age, in secret, without informing your appointed guardian. I will tell you those reasons if you wish. I would prefer you make this decision with full information. Harry folded his hands on the table. He'd seen Aunt Petunia do this when she was negotiating with tradespeople, and he'd noticed it worked. Tell me the reasons. Ragnarok nodded once, as though Harry had passed something. 3 months ago, our auditing department completed a routine century review of dormant inheritance accounts. During this review, irregularities were detected in the Potter family vaults. Specifically, withdrawals. Unauthorized withdrawals, in the amount of 12,400,000, and 62 galleons, across 8 separate accounts, spanning a period beginning the night of November 1, 1981, and continuing to the present. The room was very quiet. Harry processed this. Someone stole money. From my accounts. From 8 of them, yes. How many accounts do I have? Another exchange of looks around the table. 11 active, Ragnarok said. 3 of which were established in the last month, as part of the inheritance that activated when a subsidiary bloodline's last member passed away. But the 8 that were robbed, those are your core inheritance accounts. Potter family holdings, trust accounts, and accounts held in the names of 7 other families whose bloodlines have collapsed to a single heir. Me, Harry said. You. He sat with this for a moment. Outside this room, wherever outside was, because he had the feeling it was nowhere near Magnolia Road anymore, the world was still dark and quiet, and Aunt Petunia was going to find his bacon note in about 2 hours. He thought about the hum inside him, the thing that was his, that had never belonged to number 4 Privet Drive, no matter how hard the Dursleys had tried to make him feel like he didn't belong to himself. He thought about a word Ragnarok had used, guardian. My appointed guardian, Harry said. Who appointed them? Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but something sharpened in it. That, he said, is one of the things we would very much like the blood ritual to clarify. Because the appointment, as it appears in the official records, was authorized by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Is he supposed to have that authority? No, Ragnarok said simply. He is not. Harry reached out and put his hand flat on the table. Let's do the blood test. They cleared the center of the table and unrolled the document, parchment, but heavier than any parchment Harry had seen, stiff and cream-colored and covered in a dense script that seemed to shift slightly when you weren't looking directly at it. The goblin with the red robes, Ragnarok introduced her as Goldclaw, senior auditor, placed a small silver instrument beside it, shaped like a stylus, with a point so fine it caught the lantern light like a needle. Your right index finger, she said. Harry gave her his hand without hesitation. The prick was sharp and clean and barely stung. A single dark drop welled up and fell onto the center of the parchment. For a second nothing happened. Then the parchment came alive. The script that had been passive and shifting began to move in earnest, lines of it racing across the surface in all directions, branching and forking and spreading toward the edges like ink dropped in water, but faster and more purposeful, as though the document was writing itself from the inside out. Harry watched it without looking away. He'd learned young that looking away from important things was a luxury you couldn't always afford. The lines slowed. Settled. And Harry read. The name came first, Harry James Potter, in letters larger than the rest. Beneath it, his birthday, July 31, 1980, and then a tree of names spreading downward and outward that was dense enough to fill the page. Potter. Evans. Peveril. Gryffindor. Ravenclaw. 3 names he didn't recognize that sounded very old. And below the names, the vaults, numbered and named, their contents listed in columns so fine he had to lean in to read them. But it was the section at the bottom of the document, separated from the rest by a thick black line, that made the room go still. Unauthorized bindings detected, for magical core suppression, grade 3, placed, November 3, 1981, placer, APWB Dumbledore inheritance block, full spectrum, placed, November 3, 1981, placer, APWB Dumbledore personality modification, compliance matrix, placed, November 3, 1981, placer, APWB Dumbledore memory suppression, selective, placed, November 3, 1981, placer, APWB Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. Then he looked up. Ragnarok was watching him. Not with pity, Harry didn't think Ragnarok did pity, not really, but with a careful attention that felt almost like respect. He put those on me when I was a baby, Harry said. The night after he placed you with your aunt and uncle, yes. November 3, 1981. Approximately 36 hours after the death of your parents. The personality modification, Harry said. Compliance matrix, what does that mean? Goldclaw answered, and her voice was stripped of its earlier edge, flat and professional in the way of someone who was holding something back by being deliberately clinical. It's a charm typically used on magical creatures deemed dangerous. It suppresses instinctive responses, natural confidence, the impulse toward self-assertion. In an adult magical being it would be considered a serious violation. In an infant, she stopped. Looked at the parchment. Looked back at Harry. It is something we have not seen before. It explains why, said a goblin named Steelmind, who had been silent until now, seated at the far end of the table with a stack of files in front of him that he'd been working through steadily. The theft was consistent. Dumbledore required the child to remain unaware, unambitious, and controllable until an age when the compliance matrix would have become self-reinforcing. A child raised without knowledge of their inheritance, without confidence, without the impulse to question, is a child who does not investigate their own vaults. He needed me small, Harry said. Yes. And afraid. Yes. Harry looked back at the parchment. At his mother's name, printed there in the lineage. At the word Ravenclaw and the bloodline, which felt like a door that had been locked his whole life and was only now showing him its keyhole. He thought about the hair growing back overnight. About the roof. About the hum in his chest that had always felt, despite everything, like the truest thing about him. Dumbledore had tried to smother it. Had put a hand over it like a candle flame and said, "Stay small, stay quiet, stay mine." "Can you remove them?" Harry asked. "The bindings. The suppression and inheritance block, yes, tonight, if you consent. They are external charms, applied after birth. Your core is intact beneath them." Ragnarok's voice was measured. "The personality modification is more complex. It has had 6 years to settle. Removing it fully is possible, but it will take time, and the process should be gradual. What you experience as you and what the charm has added to that are currently intertwined. Ripping them apart at once would be dangerous. But it can be done. Over months. Yes. And the memory suppression? Some memories cannot be recovered, Goldclaw said carefully. But we believe the suppression was primarily preventative. It was designed to prevent you from forming certain kinds of memories and realizations, not to remove specific events. Removing it will not give you back what was taken. It will simply let you accumulate what comes next without artificial limits." Harry nodded slowly. He thought about asking what he'd been prevented from realizing, and then decided it was probably a very long list and tonight already had enough on it. "Remove the suppression and the inheritance block," he said. "Tonight. We can work on the rest. We need parental or guardian authorization for, my guardian," Harry said, and his voice was perfectly steady, "is the person who put the bindings on me. You just said his appointment was unauthorized. Which means he's not my guardian under your law." So whose authorization do you actually need? The silence that followed lasted a full 5 seconds. Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment. Then something shifted in the old bronze eyes, not quite a smile, but the precursor to one, the structural readiness for it. Under Clause 31 of the same accord, Steelmind said slowly, looking at his files, a magical being who is the sole heir to a noble and most ancient house, if found to be under unauthorized magical bindings, may authorize their own removal upon demonstrating comprehension of the procedure and its implications. He looked up. The clause was written for adults. But it has never specified an age minimum. Then I comprehend the procedure and its implications, Harry said. The suppression reduces my power. The inheritance block prevents me from accessing what is legally mine. I want them removed. Do I need to sign something? Goldclaw looked at Ragnarok. Ragnarok looked at Harry. Yes, the chief director said. You need to sign something. The ritual took 40 minutes. Harry sat in a chair they'd warmed for him. He suspected the warmth was deliberate, that it was the goblins' version of courtesy, and 2 of the tribunal members he hadn't been introduced to moved around him with instruments that hummed at different pitches, locating the bindings the way you'd locate a splinter before removing it. He sat still for it. He was good at sitting still. The first binding to go was the inheritance block. He felt it leave like a door swinging open in a wall he hadn't known was a wall, a rush of something that wasn't quite wind and wasn't quite warmth but was somewhere between the two, pouring in from a direction that had no name. The hum in his chest went from bass note to chord. He breathed through it. Steady, said the goblin working behind him, whose name he hadn't caught. That's the inheritance recognition, your magic identifying what it now knows is yours. It will settle in a moment. It settled. Harry took a slow breath and felt the difference between what his magic had been, constrained, channeled through a gap too small for it, and what it was now. It was like the difference between breathing through your nose with a cold and breathing through your nose without one. You hadn't realized how much air you'd been missing until you had it all. The second binding, the suppression, was harder. This one had texture to it, layers, the way old paint had layers when you stripped it and found 3 colors underneath. The goblin behind him worked carefully, precisely, and Harry gripped the arms of the chair once, just once, briefly, when something that felt like it had been wrapped around his thoughts for his entire conscious life came free with a sensation that was simultaneously relief and grief, because it had been there so long he'd thought it was just him. It wasn't him. He filed that away. When it was done he sat in the chair for a moment and took stock of himself, the way you'd take stock of a room after furniture had been moved, same room, but the space in it was different now. He felt sharper. Not in an overwhelming way, not lightning bolt dramatic revelation. Just, clearer. Like a window that had been cleaned. How do you feel? Ragnarok asked. Better, Harry said. And then, because it was true and it felt important to say it, I've never felt this before. Whatever this is. That is how you were supposed to feel your entire life, Goldclaw said, and her voice had something in it that wasn't clinical at all. Harry nodded once. He wasn't going to cry about it, because crying was something that happened when you didn't know what to do next, and he already had a list of things he needed to do next and it was getting longer. Tell me about the vaults, he said. All 8 of them. Tell me everything that was taken, who authorized it, and where it went. Steelmind opened his files. The night wore on and the lanterns burned steady and Harry sat and listened and the number grew. It had started the night of November 2nd, technically the morning of November 2nd, 1981, in the hours after Voldemort's curse rebounded and before dawn found James and Lily Potter in the wreckage of Godric's Hollow. The first withdrawal was from the Potter Family Trust, 600,000 galleons, authorized by a document that listed Dumbledore as temporary executor of the Potter estate, a document that, Steelmind noted with the flatness of someone reporting a crime scene, bore a ministerial seal that had been verified as genuine but that the Minister of Magic at the time, Harold Minchum, had subsequently confirmed he had never signed. A forgery, Harry said. A very good one, Steelmind said. But yes. From there it had cascaded. The 7 other families whose lines had converged on Harry, Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Fleamont, Dagworth Granger, Ogden, and Le Fay, each had accounts that held in trust for the last living heir. Dumbledore had positioned himself as trustee for 6 of them through a combination of forged documentation, the manipulation of a Wisengamot committee that he himself chaired, and the convenient deaths or circumstances of the family solicitors who might have raised objections. The 7th, the Le Fay account, the oldest and strangest of them, had been accessed via a blood proxy document that was simply wrong, that used a blood sample that was not Harry's and that the goblins had flagged but not, they admitted with something that looked like institutional shame, acted on quickly enough. 12,400,062 galleons. Not counting the interest. Not counting the artifacts that had been removed from 3 of the vaults, items that had no monetary value assigned to them because they had no monetary equivalent. Things that had been in the Potter family and the Peveril family for centuries. The sword, Steelmind said, and Harry knew without being told that he meant something significant. And other things, a journal, 3 sets of documents, a ring that Steelmind described only as of particular concern. Where did the gold go? Harry asked. Goldclaw turned a page in her ledger. Funds were distributed across 11 separate deposit accounts. Several are in Gringotts under names that are either false or belong to proxies. Several are in foreign wizarding banks, Beauxbatons Bancaires, the Zurich Magical Exchange. The largest single deposit, 4 million galleons, went into an account held under the name of the Hogwarts General Improvement Fund. She paused. Which is a real fund. But which, under Dumbledore's oversight, has no independent auditing requirement. He paid himself through the school, Harry said. Through a fund associated with it, yes. It could be argued he used it for legitimate school expenses. It could equally be argued he was laundering stolen money through an institution he controlled. Harry thought about this. Then he thought about the other accounts, the ones in foreign banks, the ones under false names. He thought about a man who had spent years, carefully, systematically, taking money that belonged to a baby and putting it somewhere that baby would never find it. Who had taken a baby from a loving magical world and put it in a house on Privet Drive with people who fed it and housed it, technically, but who would never let it be anything other than small. Who had taken the one thing Harry had always known was truly his, that hum, that core, that certainty, and tried to muffle it. He thought about all of this for a long moment. Then he looked at Ragnarok. What happens now? Harry said. Under your law, what are the legal options? Ragnarok folded his hands on the table. In the lantern light he looked very old and very deliberate and not at all like someone who was going to tell Harry that the options were limited. Under the Goblin Wizard Accord, Ragnarok said, theft from a protected inheritance vault is an offense that supersedes most wizarding legal protections. It cannot be obliviated away. It cannot be pardoned without restitution. The account holder, you, has the right to press formal charges before both Goblin Tribunal and the Wisengamot, with the option to pursue either or both simultaneously. He paused. Under Goblin law, unauthorized vault access carries forfeiture of all assets held at Gringotts by the responsible party, plus reparations equivalent to 150% of the amount stolen, plus interest compounded from the date of the first unauthorized withdrawal. Harry did the math. It wasn't difficult, he was very good at math, had taught himself with Dudley's discarded schoolbooks in the cupboard under the stairs, working through sums by torchlight. That's roughly 30 million galleons, he said. With interest. Approximately. The full calculation is in process. And Dumbledore, what does he have in Gringotts? Goldclaw turned another page. His personal account holds 11 million galleons. His various proxy accounts, depending on how many we succeed in linking to him legally, hold between 7 and 14 million more. So he has enough to pay it, Harry said. Yes. Just. Good. Harry looked at the parchment with his name at the top of it, the branching tree of names, the vaults listed in their columns. I want to pursue both. Goblin Tribunal and Wizengamot. But not, he thought carefully. Not all at once. Not publicly. Not yet. Ragnarok tilted his head. Explain your reasoning. If we go public now, Dumbledore finds out, Harry said. He has the Wizengamot. He has the Minister. He has the whole thing, doesn't he? He's been running it for years. If he gets warning, he will move assets, Steelmind said quietly. Destroy documents. Apply pressure. Yes. So we need everything locked down first. The Gringotts assets, can you freeze his accounts? All of them, including the proxies? Under Clause 44, yes. A senior tribunal ruling of suspected inheritance theft allows us to place a hold on all assets held by the suspected party, pending investigation. The party is notified by post within 48 hours. So we have 48 hours before he knows you're moving. In the strictest interpretation, yes. Then we spend 48 hours building everything we need to present to someone in the wizarding government who isn't under his thumb. Harry looked at Goldclaw. There has to be someone. She considered. Amelia Bones, she said finally. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She is, a pause. She is difficult. Rigidly principled. She does not owe Dumbledore favors and she does not, to our knowledge, wish to. How do you know that? Because he has offered them and she has refused them. Twice in the last 5 years, documented in Wizengamot records. Something like approval moved through Goldclaw's voice. She is also incorruptible in the specific sense that she finds corruption personally offensive in a way that tends to make her do something about it. Harry nodded. Then we contact Amelia Bones. But not until we have everything. Every document, every record, every vault transaction, everything the blood test showed. All of it organized so that a person sitting across a table from me can look at it and not have a single piece of missing. You want it, Steelmind said carefully, to be irrefutable. I want it, Harry said, to be over. I want to sit across from someone with authority and show them something so complete that the only possible response is to act. He looked around the table. Can you do that? In 48 hours? Ragnarok looked at Goldclaw. Goldclaw looked at Steelmind. Something passed between the 7 goblins, not words, but the kind of communication that happened between people who had worked together for decades and had built their own language for it. Yes, Ragnarok said. We can do that. Good. Harry pushed back his chair and stood. He was short, 6 years old, slight, in trousers 3 sizes too large, and in this room of ancient law and ancient money he should have looked absurd. He didn't. He looked like someone who had just been handed the truth and was already deciding what to build with it. I should get back before my aunt notices I'm gone. But I'll need somewhere to stay, properly, not Privet Drive, before this is over. And I'll need access to the Potter Vault, whatever portion of it is liquid and accessible, to retain legal representation. The Potter liquid holdings, separate from the stolen funds, currently stand at 6 million galleons, Goldclaw said. Your access is restored as of tonight. 6 million, Harry said. He said it the way he'd said the Bacon note, matter of fact, filed away for use. That's enough for a lawyer. Several, Goldclaw said dryly. Good. I only need one good one. He tucked the brass token back into his pocket. Can I keep this? Ragnarok regarded him with those ancient bronze eyes. It's yours, he said. It was always yours. Harry nodded. He turned toward the door. Potter, Ragnarok said. Harry stopped. You are 6 years old, the chief director said, and his voice carried something very old in it, something that wasn't sentiment exactly but was adjacent to it, the way iron was adjacent to gold. I have conducted 11 inheritance tribunals in my tenure. I have never seen a response like yours. Harry thought about what to say to that. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs and the torchlight and Dudley's old books and the way 4 in the morning in the kitchen had been the only place that was his. He thought about 6 years of being told, explicitly and implicitly and with the thorough comprehensiveness of people who'd had magical help telling him so, that he was nothing and no one and should be grateful for scraps. Someone tried very hard to make me small, he said. I'd like to see how they handle me being full-sized. He walked out the door. The Magnolia Road alley was cool and smelling of roses and petrol, and the sky had gone from dark blue to the particular grey-pink that meant 40 minutes until sunrise. Harry walked back through the gap in Mrs. Figg's fence and across the garden and into the kitchen of number 4, which was exactly as he'd left it. He put fresh bacon on. While it cooked, he stood at the kitchen window and watched the sky get lighter, and felt the hum in his chest, truly his now, not a fraction of it but all of it, and thought about 48 hours and a woman named Amelia Bones and 12 million galleons and a very old man who had made one extraordinary mistake. He'd assumed the boy would stay small. Chapter 2, 8 Vaults, 8 Names. The 48 hours started at 4:47 in the morning. Harry knew the exact time because the kitchen clock, the one shaped like a rooster that Aunt Petunia had bought at a craft fair and that Harry privately found hideous, read 4:47 when he came back in from Magnolia Road, and he stood under it while he watched the bacon and committed the number to memory the way he committed all important numbers, without ceremony, without drama, just filed. He had 2 days. He spent the first several hours of them being completely ordinary. Bacon, eggs, the particular style of toast that Dudley liked, slightly burnt on one side, inexplicably, a full cooked breakfast laid on the table by 6:15 when Vernon descended the stairs in his dressing gown and settled into his chair with the comprehensive satisfaction of a man who had never once questioned whether the person who'd cooked his breakfast had somewhere better to be. Harry poured orange juice. He wiped down the counter. He did not look at the clock. The only unusual thing was that when Dudley came down and shoved past Harry's shoulder on the way to the table, a casual, proprietary shove, the kind that had no specific malice in it because Dudley had never needed malice, had always had structure on his side, Harry took a small, unhurried sidestep that meant the shove connected with air, and Dudley stumbled slightly, and Harry said nothing and kept wiping the counter, and the hum in his chest did something that wasn't quite a laugh but was in the family. He had the magic now. All of it, unblocked, and he could feel it in his hands when he focused, a tingling readiness, like a muscle that had been asleep for 6 years and had just been told it was allowed to wake up. He didn't do anything with it. Not yet. But he was aware of it constantly, the way you were aware of a new tooth coming in, a presence that was part of you and had always been part of you but was now taking up its proper space. After breakfast he went to the garden, ostensibly to pull weeds, which was Tuesday's chore, and sat in the patch of sun near the back fence and thought. He needed to know more before he could do anything useful with what the goblins had given him. He needed to understand what he'd actually inherited, not the numbers, the names. Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Le Fay. These weren't just families. He could feel that in the blood document, in the way those names had sat differently on the parchment than the others, heavier, older, the ink almost a different shade. He needed books. He needed access to information that was not available in the local branch of the Surrey library system, which had been his primary resource for the last 3 years and which, while admirably stocked for general purposes, did not run to wizarding genealogy. He also needed to know about Sirius Black. That was the other thing from the blood document. He'd almost missed it in the avalanche of vault data and binding revelations, a single line near the top of the lineage section, in smaller script than the rest, Magical Guardian, Sirius Orain Black, status, imprisoned, Azkaban, designation, Godfather, assigned by James Charles Potter, will dated October 30, 1981. 2 days before his parents died, his father had named his godfather in a will. That will had presumably been read. Sirius Black had presumably been named. And Sirius Black was in Azkaban. The goblins hadn't mentioned this in detail. They'd moved quickly through the guardianship section to get to the vault theft, and Harry hadn't stopped them because there was only so much ground you could cover in one conversation. But he'd held on to the name. Sirius Black. Godfather. Azkaban. He needed to know why. He pulled weeds for 2 hours, thinking, and by the time Aunt Petunia came to the back door to tell him lunch was ready, meaning Dudley's lunch, and he could have whatever was left, he had a list. The list had 3 items on it. 1. Get to Gringotts. Physically. The goblins had said his vault access was restored, which meant he could access money, which meant he could begin to exercise the kind of agency that had been denied him for his entire life. He had never had money. He'd never needed it, technically, because the Dursleys fed and clothed him in the perfunctory way of people who understood that starving a child had legal consequences, but he'd also never had a single canute to his name, had never bought anything for himself, had never had the particular quiet dignity of being able to choose. Now he had 6 million galleons and he intended to use a small fraction of them for books and a larger fraction of them for legal counsel and a carefully unspecified fraction of them for whatever came after. 2. Find out everything about the 8 families. Gryffindor. Ravenclaw. Peveril. Le Fay. Fleamont. Dagworth Granger. Ogden. Potter. Not from a goblin ledger, from history. From primary sources. He needed to understand what he was heir to before he could argue for it in any forum that mattered. 3. Sirius Black. He ate his lunch, the leftover half of a ham sandwich and an apple that was slightly past its best, and thought about the logistics of getting to London at age 6 with no money, no transport, and a guardian situation that was, charitably, complicated. He thought about this for approximately 11 minutes before he remembered that he now had magic and the hum in his chest and a small brass token in his pocket that the goblins had confirmed was his. He pressed it between his fingers under the table and thought the words very clearly, I need to get to Gringotts. How? The token warmed. A moment later it went through a sequence of warmth changes that took him a second to decode and then understood was almost certainly a kind of directional instruction, cool when he thought today, warm when he thought tonight, very warm when he thought after dark. Tonight, then. After dark. He spent the afternoon being useful, helped with the hoovering, cleaned the bathroom, did not exist in any way that attracted notice, and after dinner, when Vernon settled in front of the football and Petunia read her magazine and Dudley was occupied with his new video game upstairs, Harry went to his cupboard under the stairs and lay on his cot in the dark and waited for midnight. Gringotts at midnight was something that most wizards had never seen and that Harry would later think of as one of the formative experiences of his life, in the way that certain images settled permanently into the part of your brain that shaped how you understood the world. The bank didn't close. That was the first thing. The marble steps were lit by torches that burned white against the London night, and the great bronze doors stood open, and there were goblins inside who looked up at his arrival without surprise and directed him with the efficient courtesy of a people who had decided, apparently, that the hour at which you needed your money was your own business. He was met inside the main hall by Goldclaw, which he hadn't expected but which made sense when he thought about it, the senior auditor, whose job it was to handle exactly this kind of inheritance complexity. She was wearing the same red robes. She had her ledger. She led him through the main hall without ceremony and into a side corridor he suspected most customers never saw, low-ceilinged and lit by the same shadowless white gold lanterns as the tribunal room. Ragnarok thought you would come tonight, she said. Did he think I would wait until tomorrow? No, she said. He did not. She brought him to a small office, not the tribunal room, something more workmanlike, with 2 chairs and a wide table and shelves of ledgers and files, and sat across from him and opened to a page she'd clearly already had marked. Vault access, Harry said. First. I need funds. We've prepared a card. She set a small piece of dark metal on the table. It looked like a business card but heavier, more solid, with runes on one face. It allows withdrawal at any Gringotts branch worldwide, up to 50,000 galleons per transaction, with no upper limit on frequency. It is keyed to your blood and cannot be used by anyone else. You may wish to have Muggle-compatible funds as well. We offer a conversion service. Yes. £5,000 should do it for now. Goldclaw made a note. It will be ready by the time you leave tonight. Good. Harry folded his hands on the table. Tell me about the families. Not the financial records, the history. Peveril first. She looked at him. You want to understand what you've inherited. I want to understand what was worth stealing, he said. 12 million galleons is a great deal of money. But the artifacts, you mentioned a sword, a ring, a journal, 3 sets of documents. Those weren't taken for money. Those were taken for what they were. So what are they? Goldclaw was quiet for a moment. Then she set her ledger aside and folded her own hands on the table, which felt like a shift, from accountant to something older, something that had its own kind of gravity. The Peveril family, she began, is, to Goblin knowledge, the oldest verified magical bloodline in Britain. 3 brothers, approximately 800 years ago, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. They were known for exceptional skill and for the creation of 3 objects. She paused. You have heard, perhaps, a children's story. The Deathly Hallows. Harry shook his head. Then you will learn it. The short version, the 3 brothers are said to have created 3 objects of extraordinary power, a wand, a stone, and a cloak. Whether the legend of their origin is literally true is debated. What is not debated is that the objects exist and that they are singular. Your Potter line descends directly from Ignotus Peveril. She reached into her ledger and produced a photograph of something, a length of fabric, silver gray, that seemed to move in the picture even though it was still. The Cloak of Invisibility. This is the only photograph taken of it, in 1943, when it was last formally logged in the Potter Vault. It is not currently in the vault. Dumbledore has it, Harry said. We believe so, yes. It was removed from the vault under the same executor authorization as the gold, one of the forged documents, in November of 1981. Harry looked at the photograph. At the fabric that moved without wind. He thought about a man who had taken a baby's magical core and tried to smother it, who had stolen money and artifacts and a family and a life, and who had also, apparently, taken a cloak that could make you invisible. He filed this under useful to know and moved on. The Gryffindor Vault, he said. More complex. Goldclaw turned a page. The Gryffindor bloodline is the one that Dumbledore fought hardest to control access to, which tells you something about what he considered most valuable in it. The vault contains, or contained, 5 things of particular significance. The first is the Sword of Gryffindor, which you may have heard of. I haven't. A basilisk fang-enhanced blade forged by the Goblin Ragnarok I and given, disputed by goblins, this point, but legally established under wizarding law, to Godric Gryffindor. It has the property of absorbing what makes it stronger. It is currently displayed in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, despite being a Gringotts vault item. Something moved in Goldclaw's expression that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite satisfaction and was probably both simultaneously. We are very interested in its return. I imagine you are, Harry said. What else? A set of documents, correspondence between the 4 founders of Hogwarts, including 3 letters from Salazar Slytherin to Godric Gryffindor that relate to a disagreement about the school's founding principles and that contain, according to the cataloging done in 1923, certain information about the school's hidden chambers. She looked up. You understand why those documents might be valuable to a headmaster. He wanted to know what was in the school that he didn't know about, Harry said. Or he wanted to control who knew. Both, probably. Goldclaw moved on. The Ravenclaw Vault, this is the newest to converge on you, from your mother's line. Lily Evans Potter carried Ravenclaw blood, traced through a Muggle-born convergence in the early 19th century. This is uncommon but not unheard of. The founder's blood tends to surface in unexpected places, and its appearance in Muggle-born wizards is well documented historically. Harry thought about his mother's name on the parchment. Evans. What's in that vault? Books, primarily. Ravenclaw's personal library, or a significant portion of it, 47 volumes, some of which are the only known copies of certain magical texts. A diadem. She paused. Or rather, a case that was catalogued as containing a diadem. The case is empty. Our records indicate it was already empty when the vault was last formally opened in 1980, which suggests the diadem was removed prior to the current theft, by persons unknown, at a date we cannot determine. What's a diadem? A circlet worn on the head. Ravenclaw's diadem was said to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. There are legends. She said legends in the tone of someone who had found legends to be more reliable than most people gave them credit for. The Le Fay vault, Harry said. You mentioned the blood proxy was wrong, someone used a fake blood sample to access it. Yes. And here Goldclaw's voice changed slightly, went quieter, more careful. The Le Fay account is the most significant of the 8. Morgan Le Fay was, depending on your source, either a great sorceress, a dark witch of extraordinary power, a healer, or all three simultaneously. The truth, as we understand it, is that she was a practitioner of magic that predated the current classification system and that does not map neatly onto what wizards currently consider dark or light. She was enormously powerful. Her bloodline is extremely rare. The fact that it converges on you, Goldclaw paused. It explains certain things about your core reading. What things? Your core was assessed tonight as part of the binding removal. The assessment indicated a magical strength in the 97th percentile, which would place you, at age 6, with a core that has been suppressed since infancy and is only now fully accessible, among the most magically powerful individuals we have assessed in this century. She said this without theater, without inflation, the way you'd say the weather is cold tonight, factual, noted, filed. The Le Fay contribution to your lineage is almost certainly a factor. Harry sat with this. He didn't feel amazed by it, exactly. He felt the way he'd felt when the binding came off, like something had settled into its right place. Like he'd always suspected the hum was more than it was allowed to be. What was in the Le Fay vault before someone used a fake blood sample to access it? The primary item was a ring. Goldclaw took out a second photograph. It showed a gold ring with a black stone set into it, the stone carved with what looked like a symbol. The stone is a magical artifact of unclear original purpose. The ring was taken approximately 3 years ago, 1983. We did not catch it in time because the blood proxy was very sophisticated, and she stopped. We failed in our duty of care to your account. That is a separate matter which the tribunal has already addressed internally. Harry looked at the photograph. At the black stone with its carved symbol. Is it dangerous? Very possibly. We believe it may be connected to the Peveril legend, one of the 3 objects. If so, it is not the kind of thing that should be in private hands. She paused. Or in Albus Dumbledore's private hands specifically. Where do you think he is keeping it? Unknown. His office, possibly. His family home in Mold-on-the-Wold. We are working to determine this. Harry looked at the 2 photographs on the table, the moving cloak, the dark stoned ring, and then looked back at Goldclaw. He took my inheritance in pieces, he said. The money was one thing. But these, the sword, the cloak, the ring, the documents. He wanted these specifically. He was building something. Yes, Goldclaw said, and her voice was very measured. We believe Dumbledore has been, for the better part of a decade, quietly consolidating what he considers to be the most significant magical objects and sources of power in Britain. The money, our belief is that a portion of it was used to fund this process. Research, acquisition, certain political investments. Political investments, Harry repeated. Several Wiesengemot members have received, over the past 5 years, significant financial contributions from anonymous sources. Our forensic accounting traces these contributions, with high confidence, back to the proxy accounts we have linked to Dumbledore. She turned a page. He has been buying loyalty. Or maintaining it. The current minister, Millicent Bagnold, owes him nothing directly, but her successor, Cornelius Fudge, who is expected to take office within the next 2 years, has received 3 separate payments. Harry stared at the table for a moment. He thought about what it meant to build a system. Not just to steal from it, but to build it, to construct, over years, a web of dependencies and debts and obligations so complete that when you finally needed it to protect you, it would. Dumbledore had expected this to stay hidden. Had expected the boy to grow up small and confused and grateful, to go to Hogwarts eventually and be managed, to be the weapon or the symbol or whatever role had been written for him, never knowing that there were 8 vaults with his name on them and 12 million Galleons that had been walking out the door for 5 years. The other 3 families, Harry said. Fleamont, Dagworth Granger, Ogden. Tell me. Goldclaw turned pages. Fleamont Potter was your paternal grandfather. His vault contained primarily gold, 3 million galleons, most of which went to the General Potter Trust, plus a collection of potion-related documents, as Fleamont was an innovative potioneer who developed several significant brewing methods. Those documents were removed. Their current location is unknown. Dagworth Granger. An old family of potion masters. The convergence to you is through a collateral line, quite distant, and the family has no living members. Their vault held gold, which has been partially stripped, and a substantial library of experimental potion manuscripts. She paused. Interestingly, the name Granger may appear again in your life. There is a Muggle-born witch due to start Hogwarts in 1991 whose family name is Granger and whose magical profile suggests Dagworth Granger ancestry, though she is not, as far as we know, aware of this. Harry filed this away for no immediate reason except that it felt like the kind of thing worth remembering. Ogden. A family known primarily for their fire whiskey holdings, literal holdings, as in shares in the Ogden distillery, which is one of the most profitable magical businesses in Britain. Those shares were liquidated by Dumbledore and converted to gold, which was then routed through the proxy accounts. The Ogden Vault also contained a series of business documents and contracts that could be used to re-establish the shareholding claim, but those documents were, she stopped. We actually have those. We retrieved them before Dumbledore could, which is one of the few areas where our timing was sufficient. You have the documents? Yes. If you choose to pursue the Ogden shareholding, you have a legal basis for it. Harry nodded slowly. The picture was becoming clearer the more he looked at it, not just theft, not just money, but a systematic dismantling of every resource and connection and anchor that the Harry Potter who had been meant to grow up whole and knowing would have had at his disposal. The gold gone. The artifacts taken. The shares liquidated. The legal documentation scattered or removed. The guardian appointment forged. The magical bindings installed. Dumbledore hadn't stolen from Harry Potter. He'd been dismantling the possibility of Harry Potter. Tell me about Sirius Black, Harry said. Goldclaw was quiet for a moment. That is not precisely a Gringotts matter. It's a guardianship matter, Harry said, and the blood document listed him as my legal guardian under my father's will. Which means whoever put him in Azkaban either didn't see that will, or chose to ignore it. Under your accord, what authority does a named guardian have? Under the accord, Goldclaw said carefully, a named magical guardian in a valid parental will takes precedence over all other guardianship arrangements, including those established by ministerial decree. If Sirius Black's incarceration was undertaken without proper trial, was it? She looked at him for a long moment. Our records, and we cross-reference with ministry documentation where it is available, our records do not show a formal trial proceeding for Sirius Black. He was assessed by a ministry official, remanded to Azkaban, and the matter was considered closed. "So he's in Azkaban," Harry said, "without a trial, while I'm being raised by people who," he stopped. "While I'm living on Privet Drive instead of with my legal guardian." "That is the situation, yes." "Dumbledore arranged the placement on Privet Drive." "Yes." "Did Dumbledore have any role in the arrest of Sirius Black?" Goldclaw turned a page. "There is no direct documentation linking Dumbledore to the arrest itself. The arrest was made by Bartemius Crouch Sr., then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. However, a pause. Crouch owed Dumbledore a significant financial debt, established in our records 6 months prior to the arrest. We only noticed this connection when we were conducting the broader audit." Harry sat back in his chair. He was 6 years old and he was sitting in a goblin bank at midnight and he was looking at the shape of something enormous, not just a theft, not just a corruption, but a design. Years of careful, intelligent, patient design by a man who saw the world as a game board and himself as the player who understood it best. He thought about what Goldclaw had said about his magical core. 97th percentile. He thought about the compliance matrix charm, the thing designed to keep him docile, unambitious, unlikely to question. He thought about what Dumbledore had needed Harry Potter to be, powerful enough to serve a purpose at the right moment, but never powerful enough, confident enough, knowing enough to see the board. The thing was, Harry thought, the fundamental miscalculation at the heart of all of it, was that Dumbledore had been so focused on making Harry small that he'd forgotten to account for what Harry might be like without the restraints. He'd been playing the game for decades. He'd forgotten that games could end. "I want to talk about Amelia Bones," Harry said. "Everything you know about her, her history, her jurisdiction, what evidence she has the power to act on and what she doesn't." Goldclaw reached for a different section of her ledger and the night rolled on. He was back in his cupboard by 3 in the morning, with £5,000 in Muggle notes in a tin he'd hidden in a loose board under his cot. He'd found the loose board in year 1 of the cupboard and had been keeping things there ever since. First small things, a smooth stone that felt nice to hold, one of Dudley's old toy soldiers that had rolled under the gap under the stairs and not been missed, and now £5,000 and a dark metal card that could access 6 million. Galleons and a small notebook in which he'd written everything he needed to remember from the last 2 nights in a shorthand that made sense only to him. He lay on his cot and looked at the underside of the stairs above him and let his mind arrange things. The assets were frozen. Goldclaw had confirmed it as he'd left, the tribunal order had been filed, Dumbledore's accounts at Gringotts were locked, and the 48-hour notification clock was running. Which meant by Thursday morning, Dumbledore would receive a letter. He needed Amelia Bones before that. Specifically, he needed her to receive the evidence package the goblins were assembling before Dumbledore received his notification, because the moment Dumbledore knew his Gringotts assets were frozen, the political machinery would begin to move, favors called in, narrative established, the formidable intelligence of a very old man turned toward containment. Once that machinery started, stopping it would be harder. Bones first. Thursday morning, early. The goblins would provide the documentation. Harry would be there, not as background, not as a name on a file, but present, visible, the actual Harry Potter, 6 years old and completely unbothered about it, because the one thing Dumbledore had not accounted for was that a child who sat across from you and spoke with that kind of clarity was very difficult to dismiss or manage or redirect. Harry understood this about himself without arrogance. It was simply observation. Adults had been underestimating him his entire life, and he'd watched how it worked, what it cost them, how long it took them to recalibrate. Amelia Bones would do the same thing, probably, look at him, see a child, begin the automatic process of translating what he said into terms suitable for a child. And then he would say something that stopped that process. And then she would actually look at him. He was counting on it. He thought about Sirius Black in Azkaban. He didn't know what Azkaban was, not precisely, only that it was prison and it was bad, and he added it to the list of things to research along with the Deathly Hallows and the Founder's history and everything else. He had a godfather who'd been put in prison without a trial at the same time he'd been put in a cupboard under the stairs, and there was something about this symmetry that felt less like coincidence and more like design. Dumbledore had needed both of them contained. Sirius Black, because Sirius Black was the legal guardian and would have raised Harry Potter in a magical household with the full knowledge of his inheritance and identity. Harry, because Harry was the inheritance and the power and whatever purpose Dumbledore was building toward. Two birds. One carefully constructed moment of chaos, in the aftermath of the worst night the wizarding world had experienced in decades, when everyone was grieving and grateful and not paying close attention to the paperwork. You are clever, Harry thought in the direction of an old man he hadn't yet properly met. You are very clever and you were very careful and you thought of everything. He turned onto his side on the cot. You forgot that information doesn't stay buried forever. And you forgot that children grow up. He was asleep in 10 minutes. Thursday arrived with a gray sky and the smell of rain coming in, Aunt Petunia making pointed comments about the garden needing attention before the weather turned, which Harry acknowledged with the appropriate noises and then excused himself by the simple method of going upstairs to use the bathroom and not coming back down. He used the bathroom window. It was a tight fit, but he was thin, he'd always been thin, which was one of the things that happened when you lived on leftovers and whatever could be eaten quickly and quietly, and the ledge outside was wide enough for a controlled drop to the shed roof and from there to the garden wall. He'd used this route 3 times before, always for emergency purposes, the most recent being the garden incident with the Smeltings boy who'd visited for the weekend and decided that freak was a suitable thing to shout across a garden until something made every window in the shed rattle at once and the boy hadn't come back. Today was an emergency. The brass token took him to a different door than before, this one set into the wall of a narrow alley off Charing Cross Road, perfectly placed for Gringotts, which he now knew had a side entrance used specifically for confidential client meetings. Goldclaw was waiting. The documentation package is ready, she said without preamble. 47 pages. Vault transaction records, blood test results, binding documentation with dates and magical signatures, lineage verification, forged document analysis, and the financial forensics on the proxy accounts. Is it organized by timeline and by legal category? A person with a legal background should be able to read it in under 2 hours and understand every significant element. We have also prepared a summary, 6 pages, for initial review. Good. Harry straightened his collar. He'd put on the least oversized of Dudley's hand-me-downs for this, which was a relative assessment at best, but he'd tucked the shirt in and found a belt and done what could be done. She's expecting us? We contacted her office at 7 this morning. Ragnarok spoke with her personally. She agreed to a meeting at 9. A pause. She asked several questions. What kind of questions? The kind that suggest she already had suspicions, Goldclaw said. Not about you specifically. About Dumbledore. Another pause, heavier. She has been watching him for some time, apparently. She needed evidence. She didn't have it. Now she does, Harry said. The side entrance opened into a corridor that went further into Gringotts, and they walked it together, the 6-year-old in the oversized shirt and the senior goblin auditor with her ledger, and Harry thought about what he was about to do and felt the hum in his chest steady and certain and not remotely afraid, which was, he was beginning to understand, just how he was going to be from now on. He was going to meet the woman who could bring the whole thing down. He was going to make sure she did. Amelia Bones arrived at 3 minutes past 9, which Harry noted as a personality data point, not precisely on time, not late, a woman who was busy enough that 3 minutes past 9 was as close to prompt as she could get and who wouldn't apologize for it. She came in through the Gringotts main entrance with a trainee Auror at her shoulder who she left by the door with a look that communicated stay there and don't touch anything, and followed a goblin escort to the conference room where Harry and Goldclaw and Ragnarok were waiting. She was formidable. There was no other word for it. Medium height, square-shouldered, square-jawed in the way that suggested an ancestor who had built something with their hands. Her robes were the deep purple of the DMLE, severe and well-maintained, and she wore a monocle that she touched briefly with one hand as she took in the room, the goblins, the file on the table, and then Harry, in the chair at the near end of the conference table, with his hands folded in front of him and his green eyes very steady. She looked at him. The automatic recalibration, "This is a child," moved across her face and then stopped. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "Yes," Harry said. She sat. She picked up the 6-page summary from the top of the file. She began to read. She read it in silence, and the room was very quiet, and through the walls came the faint distant sound of the bank's main hall, the rumble and echo of it, like being near a river. Harry watched her read. Ragnarok sat with his hands folded. Goldclaw had her ledger. Amelia Bones read the 6 pages without changing expression, and then she turned to page 7 and kept going. 38 minutes later she set the file down. She looked at Harry. "When did you receive this information?" she said. "Tuesday morning," Harry said. "And the bindings, the suppression charm, the compliance matrix, those have been removed?" "Tuesday night." She was quiet for a moment. She turned back to page 4 of the full file. Harry had memorized the layout, he knew it was the binding documentation section, and looked at it again. The signature on the compliance matrix. "You understand what that charm is normally used for?" "I do." "And Dumbledore placed it on a 14-month-old infant." She wasn't asking. "Yes." She looked at Ragnarok. "The forensic work on the vault transactions, this is verified by your institutional records? Not reconstructed, not estimated? Every transaction listed has a corresponding vault ledger entry with timestamp, authorization signature, and instrumental verification," Ragnarok said. "In 41 of 43 cases, the authorization signature has been matched to a specific document. In 40 of those 41 cases, that document bears Dumbledore's wand signature, which is as uniquely identifying as a fingerprint." Amelia Bones took off her monocle and polished it, which Harry suspected was something she did when she was thinking rather than when her vision was blurred. She put it back and looked at the table. "If I take this to the Wisengamot," she said, "Dumbledore controls 12 votes directly and influences a further 8. He will have it quashed before it goes to evidence review." "I know," Harry said. She looked at him. "You're 6 years old." "Yes." "You know the Wisengamot vote count?" "Ragnarok briefed me," Harry said. "Which is why we're not starting with the Wisengamot. We're starting with the criminal side, your jurisdiction, not the legislative one. The vault theft is a criminal matter. You have independent jurisdiction to open an investigation, issue warrants, and freeze assets without Wisengamot approval, provided the initial evidence threshold is met." She was quiet for a moment. "The evidence threshold for a level 1 criminal investigation is 12 eyewitnesses or the equivalent in documentary evidence," Harry said. "You have 43 vault transactions in documentary form, each with wand signature verification. That's 43 independent evidentiary points, which is more than sufficient." He paused. "I've read your department's procedural guidelines. They're public record." Amelia Bones looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Ragnarok. Ragnarok's expression said nothing except that he had been waiting for this moment for 2 days and was finding it satisfying. "There is also," Harry said, "the matter of Sirius Black. My father's will names him as my legal guardian. He is currently in Azkaban without record of a formal trial. Under your own department's regulations, a person imprisoned without trial is entitled to case review upon presentation of new evidence by a primary affected party. I am the primary affected party, he is my legal guardian, he has been imprisoned preventing him from fulfilling that role, and the blood document this tribunal produced constitutes new evidence regarding the circumstances of his arrest. Sirius Black was convicted of killing 13 people," she said. "Was he?" Harry said. "Or was he imprisoned for it? Those are different things." She opened her mouth, closed it. Looked at the file. If there was no trial, there was no trial, Goldclaw said, and produced a second file from her ledger bag, thinner, but significant. We cross-referenced ministry incarceration records with trial records for the period October to December 1981. Sirius Orion Black's name appears in incarceration records. It does not appear in trial records. He was remanded by Bartemius Crouch Sr. under an emergency wartime decree that had technically expired 8 months prior to the date of his arrest. The room was very quiet. Amelia Bones looked at the file. Then she looked at Harry. "You came in here," she said slowly, "at 9 in the morning, at age 6, with documentation for 2 separate criminal investigations, a list of specific legal procedural bases for each, and a working knowledge of departmental regulatory thresholds." "I had 2 days to prepare," Harry said. Something moved in her expression, not quite a smile, not quite admiration, something that was both and was also the particular quality of a person who had spent years looking for something and had just found it and was choosing to trust what they were seeing. "You understand," she said, "that this will not be simple. That the moment I file these investigations, Dumbledore will know, and he will respond." "I know. He has significant power. Resources. Influence." "Yes. And you're not concerned." "I'm concerned," Harry said. "Being concerned is sensible. But concern is different from afraid, and afraid is what he needed me to be." He met her eyes. "He spent 6 years building a situation where I'd never know any of this existed. I've known for 48 hours, and I'm sitting here with you and a 47-page evidence file. He had 6 years and I had 2 days, and here we are." He paused. "I don't think he's as far ahead as he thinks he is." Amelia Bones looked at him for a long moment. Then she picked up the file. "Tell me," she said, "what you know about the Ogden shareholding documents." And Harry told her. Outside, the rain that had been threatening since morning finally arrived, drumming against the stone walls of Gringotts and the streets of London, and somewhere across the city the post was being sorted, and somewhere in that post was a letter from Gringotts addressed to Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, informing him that his accounts had been placed under tribunal hold pending investigation. He would receive it tomorrow morning. He had less time than he knew. Chapter 3, The Woman Who Chose Justice. The rain didn't stop on Thursday. It was still going Friday morning when Dumbledore's letter arrived at his desk in Hogwarts, delivered not by the school owls but by a small grey bird Harry would later learn was a Gringotts institutional messenger, a species bred specifically for reliability, immune to weather and to Olary-based interference. The letter was formal, dense with legal language, and carried the embossed seal of the senior tribunal in bronze. It informed Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore that pursuant to Clause 44 of the Goblin Wizard Accord of 1347, all assets held in his name or in accounts linked to his name at Gringotts Bank had been placed under investigative hold, pending review of alleged irregularities in the Potter family inheritance accounts. Harry didn't know about the letter's arrival in real time. He didn't need to. He'd known it was coming and he'd worked backward from it, and by Friday morning everything that needed to be in motion was already moving. Amelia Bones had worked through the night. This was something Harry learned later, secondhand, from a DMLE clerk who'd been in the building when it happened and who later told the story at a dinner party with the reverence of someone describing a natural event, a storm, an earthquake, something elemental that you felt in the ground before you saw it. The head of magical law enforcement had come back to her office at 10:30 Thursday night, set the Gringotts file on her desk, poured herself tea, and worked. She assigned 4 senior aurors to document review. She sent 2 others to independently verify the trial records, or the absence of trial records, for Sirius Black. She drafted 3 parallel investigation orders, had them signed by the emergency judicial magistrate who handled after-hours filings, and had them sealed and logged before midnight. By Friday morning she had warrants. Not for Dumbledore's arrest, not yet, because even Amelia Bones understood the difference between having evidence and having a courtroom, and she was not a woman who moved before she was ready. But she had warrants for document seizure, Hogwarts School financial records, all records relating to the Hogwarts General Improvement Fund, and the Wisengamot Committee files from the period 1980 to 1986, specifically the Subcommittee on Magical Orphan Welfare that had, it turned out, authorized Dumbledore's guardianship appointment over Harry Potter without any of the standard verification procedures that should have accompanied such an appointment. She also had a warrant for the review of Sirius Black's case file. And she had called, at 7 in the morning, to tell Harry that things were moving and that she needed him to do one thing. She needed him to be safe. The safe house the goblins maintained was not what Harry expected. He'd expected something austere, stone walls, the same steady lanterns, the business-like economy of people for whom function preceded form. What he got was a comfortable set of rooms above a Diagon Alley establishment, the rooms themselves furnished with the slightly mismatched thoroughness of someone who had furnished them from a catalogue and ticked every box: armchair, desk, bookshelves, a bed with actual pillows rather than the flat, much-washed rectangle he'd slept on for 6 years. The bookshelves had been stocked, not randomly, but specifically, and Harry stood in front of them on Friday morning still in the clothes he'd traveled in and ran his finger along the spines and understood that the goblins had paid attention to what he'd asked about on Thursday night. History of the Founding Families. The Peveril Codex, a genealogical record. Wizarding Law, Noble Houses and Inheritance Rights. An annotated edition of the Goblin Wizard Accords. A slim volume with no title on the spine that turned out, on opening, to be a personal memoir of someone who had worked in the DMLE in the 1960s and that had 3 chapters on Azkaban. And at the end of the shelf, tucked in as though it were incidental, the Tales of Beedle the Bard, an illustrated edition with extensive footnotes. He picked that one last and put it on the desk. Ragnarok had arranged for a goblin named Flintrock to be on the door, a young goblin, by goblin standards, who had the slightly too alert energy of someone who took their assignment seriously and was going to make sure nothing got past them on their watch. Flintrock had also, without comment, left a plate of sandwiches and a pot of tea on the table when Harry arrived, which was either the goblin's version of hospitality or a very practical recognition that he'd probably forgotten to eat since Wednesday. He'd eaten, read for 3 hours, and was halfway through the founding family's history when there was a knock at the door and Goldclaw came in. She sat in the second chair and opened her ledger and looked at him with the expression of someone who had updates and had organized them. "Bones filed the warrants this morning," she said. "I know." She sent a message. "The Hogwarts records warrant will be served this afternoon. She's sending a team of 3, none of them have direct ties to Dumbledore," she was careful about that. "The Wisengamot Committee files are a more delicate issue. Dumbledore has the right to be present when those are reviewed, which means he will know by end of day today what she has and that she is moving officially." "Good," Harry said. Goldclaw looked at him. "Good? He needs to know she's official. He needs to know it's not going to stay quiet or go away or get redirected. The moment he understands that Amelia Bones is coming for him with signed warrants, he'll have to decide what to do, and whatever he decides will tell us something." Harry set down his book. What he does when he's surprised is more informative than what he does when he's planned for it. You want to watch how he reacts. I want to understand who he goes to. Who he calls in first. Which debts he considers most worth spending. Harry picked up his tea. We know he has 12 direct votes in the Wisengamot and influence over 8 more. We don't know which of those 20 people will actually act for him when the pressure is real versus which ones have been happy to take his money but will find reasons not to be available when it gets complicated. Goldclaw made a note. We have monitoring capacity on several of the proxy accounts, legally, as part of the hold. If he moves funds to any of them, or attempts to, we will see it. The accounts he has in foreign banks, Beauxbatons Bancaires, the Zurich Exchange. Can you monitor those? Not directly. But we have institutional relationships with both banks, and a tribunal investigation of this magnitude. She paused. Ragnarok has been on the correspondence network since yesterday. Our counterparts in Paris and Zurich have been informed that certain accounts may be subject to coordinated freeze requests and have agreed to flag unusual activity. Harry nodded. Then, has anyone gone to see him? Since the letter arrived? 2 visitors, as of this morning, Goldclaw said, checking her notes. The first was Elphias Doge, a personal friend, not a Wisengamot member, not legally significant. The second was Cornelius Fudge. The one who's expected to be the next minister. Yes. He arrived at Hogwarts at 8:45 this morning and left at 9:50. We have no intelligence on the content of the meeting. But the meeting happened, Harry said. Within 2 hours of Dumbledore receiving the letter, the man most likely to be the next Minister of Magic was at his door. He set down his tea. That's the link we needed to put on record. Fudge going to Dumbledore voluntarily the morning of the investigation, that's evidence of the relationship. Even if we can't see the meeting itself. We cannot use a meeting's occurrence alone as evidence of conspiracy, Goldclaw said carefully. I'm not planning to use it as evidence, Harry said. I'm planning to use it to understand who Dumbledore thinks is worth protecting and who's protecting him. Those are different uses. He looked at the window. The rain was still coming down, lighter now, a grey drizzle that made the alley below look like a smeared watercolor. What about the DMLE records on Sirius Black? Has Bones gotten anything useful? Her team completed their review last night. As we indicated, no trial record. The original arrest documentation was signed by Crouch under a wartime emergency decree. But there is also, Goldclaw paused, and this pause had a different quality to it, something that wasn't the careful neutrality of a financial report. There is a Wisengamot transcript from November 1981 in which Dumbledore addresses the full body on the subject of the threat posed by remaining Death Eaters. In this address, he specifically names Sirius Black as an example of, his phrase, a wizard who presents a clear and ongoing danger to the wizarding community and who required urgent containment. He told the Wisengamot to keep Sirius locked up. In legislative language, yes. The speech was given 8 days after the arrest. By that point, Black had been in Azkaban for over a week. Dumbledore's speech functioned as an after-the-fact justification and as a signal to any Wisengamot members who might have questioned the lack of trial. Who was head of magical law enforcement at the time? Bartemius Crouch Sr., who made the original arrest. A pause. Crouch and Dumbledore have a documented relationship going back to the early 1970s. Professional, primarily, but, she checked her notes. Crouch received a position on the International Confederation of Wizards delegation in 1982. The nomination was made by Dumbledore, who held a seat on the nominating committee. 6 months after he arrested Sirius without a trial, Harry said. 9 months. Harry looked at his book. He thought about A Man in Azkaban. He still didn't know what Azkaban was like, specifically, only that the memoir on the shelf had a chapter on it that he'd been putting off because the chapter heading said the effects of extended Dementor exposure and he'd had enough dark information for one morning. He'd read it this afternoon. Bones is going to request a case review, he said. A formal one, which means a hearing. Who sits on a case review panel? 3 independent judicial magistrates, selected by rotation from a pool that Bones controls as head of DMLE. They are specifically not Wisengamot members for this reason. So Dumbledore can't influence the panel. Not directly. He can influence the ministry politically, try to have the review delayed or the process questioned. But the review panel itself, no. Then we push for the review to happen quickly. Harry stood, moved to the window, stood with his hands in his pockets looking at the rain on the alley. Down below, a witch in blue robes was wrestling with an umbrella outside Flourish and Blots and losing. How quickly can it be scheduled? With Bones pressing for urgency and a political case for expedience, 2 weeks, possibly 1. 1 week, Harry said. We want it in 1 week. You want Sirius Black free. I want my legal guardian free, Harry said, and I want to know who he is before I go any further with any of this. I have 8 vault inheritances, a seat on the Wiesengemot that technically activates when I claim the lordships, a criminal investigation running against the most influential person in the wizarding world, and I've been living in a cupboard under the stairs. He turned from the window. I would like to have one person in my life who is there because they should be, not because I've maneuvered them into position. Goldclaw looked at him for a moment. You have not yet read the section of your father's will that pertains specifically to Sirius Black, she said, and it was not a question. No. Perhaps you should. The will was in the file that Goldclaw had brought, 3 pages of dense parchment in James Potter's handwriting, which Harry sat with on the armchair for a long time before he could actually start reading it. He hadn't expected the handwriting to matter. He'd expected a legal document. What he got was a legal document written by someone who had been. It came through in the way the sentences moved, the places where the formal language slipped briefly into something more like a man speaking, funny. And loving. And utterly certain that he wasn't going to die soon, because you didn't write a will like this if you thought it was going to be read in 2 days. Most of the legal content he'd already known from the tribunal summary. The vault designations, the lordship transfers, the guardianship assignment. He read through these sections carefully and filed everything. Then he got to the personal section. To Sirius, who I know will hate the formal tone of this and is probably making a face right now, I leave the following: my broom, which you've been trying to get your hands on since 1977 and which you are absolutely not allowed to race professionally, the Marauders records which are in the bottom left drawer of my desk and which you should probably burn but won't, and the absolute certainty, which I want written down in legal language so you can't argue with it, that you are the best person I have ever known and the reason I believe in loyalty as something real rather than theoretical. You are Harry's godfather not because you were the obvious choice but because you were the only one. If something happens to us, and I'm writing this because Lily insists and because she's right, even though I refuse to believe it, you will take care of our son. You will tell him everything. You will not let him grow up without knowing who he is and what he comes from. You will be unreasonably proud of him and teach him to fly and let him eat too much candy and embarrass him at every available opportunity. You will also, because I know you, let him make his own choices, even when they scare you. Especially then. Don't let anyone make him small, Padfoot. That's all I'm asking. Harry stopped. He sat with the parchment on his knee for a long moment. Outside, the rain came down. Inside, the room was warm and very quiet and smelled faintly of old books. Don't let anyone make him small. He folded the will carefully and put it back in the file and picked up his tea, which had gone cold. He drank it anyway. He thought about Sirius Black in a cell in Azkaban for 5 years, being slowly taken apart by whatever Dementors were, while the thing his best friend had asked him not to let happen was happening, and was happening specifically because a man they'd both trusted had arranged it. He thought about his father writing those words, "You were the only one," and the specific kind of faith they contained, and what it meant that the person those words were about had been in Azkaban for 5 years for a crime he apparently hadn't been tried for. He thought about how when you were 6 years old and had just had your entire understanding of your own life rewritten in the space of 3 days, what you needed, probably, was to be angry about it. He wasn't angry. Or he was, but it was the low-burning kind, the kind that didn't consume anything but was available when you needed it, a pilot light rather than a fire. He'd get Sirius out. He would do it properly, legally, completely, so that there was no mechanism by which it could be reversed or questioned. And then he would see. He picked up the tales of Beetle the Bard. He had work to do. By Friday afternoon Amelia Bones was at Hogwarts with her warrant team, and Albus Dumbledore was in his office watching 3 Aurors work through his financial records with the steady competence of people who had been well briefed on what they were looking for. He was not panicking. He was far too good at this to panic. He was doing something more productive, which was thinking, with the full focused attention of one of the most brilliant minds of the century, about what he knew, what he didn't know, and what his options were. He knew the goblins had moved. The letter had made that clear. He knew the accounts were frozen and that the tribunal investigation was formal and had legal standing under the accord. He had not expected this, not because he'd thought himself invulnerable but because he'd thought the goblins satisfied. He had, over the years, been careful with his interactions with Gringotts, careful to keep certain things separate, and the fact that they had connected the proxy accounts to him meant either that the forensic work had been more thorough than he'd anticipated, or that something had triggered a full audit rather than a routine one. He was thinking about what might have triggered a full audit. The answer, when it occurred to him, arrived with the specific quality of a piece clicking into place that you hadn't known was missing. The blood test. A tribunal convened blood test on Harry Potter. Which meant someone had brought the boy in, and the test had revealed the bindings, and the bindings had been dated and signed. He had been careful about so many things for so many years. He had not been careful enough about the signature the compliance matrix left behind. He sat in his chair behind his desk, the Aurors were in the filing rooms, they couldn't see him, and allowed himself 60 seconds of what he privately called clarity, an honest accounting of the situation, stripped of the framing he habitually used to make his choices seem inevitable and good. 60 seconds of looking at what he'd actually done. He'd done what was necessary. He still believed that. The boy needed to be protected, needed to be kept from the kind of knowledge that would have made him dangerous before he was ready, needed to grow up in a context that kept him humble and grounded and, he stopped. He thought about humble and grounded and the compliance matrix and the 6-year-old in a cupboard under the stairs, and for one unguarded moment he sat with the possibility that what he had told himself was management had actually been something colder and less forgivable. He filed this away. Not dismissed, he never dismissed things, that was sloppy, but set aside, for a time when it was relevant. Right now what was relevant was containment. He had 12 votes and influence over 8 more in the Wisengamot. He had Cornelius Fudge, who was frightened and ambitious, and both of those things made him useful. He had a reputation that was, still, enormous, the public face of the wizarding world, the defeater of Grindelwald, the chief warlock. Amelia Bones was formidable and principled and he respected her, but she operated within institutional frameworks, and institutional frameworks had levers he knew how to pull. What he did not have was a clear picture of who had brought this to the goblins. Who had brought the boy in? The boy was 6 years old, he didn't walk to Gringotts on his own. Someone had facilitated this. Someone knew. He was still thinking about this when Amelia Bones came through his office door. She had dismissed her warrant team for this part. She came in alone and closed the door and sat across from him and put her hands flat on his desk, which was not a gesture he associated with her and which made him recalibrate, slightly. "Albus," she said. "Amelia," he said, and his voice was exactly as it had always been, warm, measured, faintly sorrowful in the way of a man who had seen many difficult things and faced them with equanimity. "This seems rather more dramatic than is necessary." 12 million galleons, she said. 8 vaults. And a compliance matrix charm on a 14-month-old infant. She held his eyes. "I'm not here to give you an opportunity to explain. I'm here to inform you that effective Monday morning, my department will be presenting a formal criminal case to the emergency judicial magistrates, that the documentation is complete and verified, and that you will have the opportunity to present a defense through proper legal channels." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Where is Harry?" "Safe. He's a child, Amelia. Whatever you've been shown, whatever the goblins have told you, the goblins told me nothing that wasn't documented," she said. "Their documentation is 47 pages of vault transaction records with your wand signature on 40 of them." She stood. "I'm also here to inform you that the Sirius Black case review has been formally requested and will be scheduled within the week. The review panel has been assigned." Something moved in Dumbledore's expression, very briefly, too controlled to be called surprise, but the structural suggestion of it. "Sirius Black killed 13 people. He was never tried," she said. "That is not a legal ambiguity, Albus. That is a fact. A man has been in Azkaban for 5 years without a trial, and your name appears on a Wisengamot record specifically endorsing his continued imprisonment, given 8 days after his arrest and before any evidence review could have been conducted. The circumstances were exceptional. I know. They always are. She picked up her cloak from the arm of the visitor's chair. You are not under arrest. At this time. I would strongly suggest that you retain legal counsel and that you do not, in the interim, attempt to contact or influence any member of the judicial magistrate pool, any member of my department's investigation team, or Harry Potter. She looked at him for a moment and her eyes said clearly that she was not afraid of him and was not going to be, and that this was not personal, which was somehow worse than if it had been. You were one of the finest wizards of our age, she said. I don't say that as a prelude to mercy. I say it because it makes all of this considerably more disappointing. She moved toward the door. Good afternoon, Albus. She left. Dumbledore sat in his chair for a long time after she left, in an office hung with portraits of sleeping former headmasters and mechanisms ticking softly on their shelves, and thought about a boy in a cupboard under the stairs and a blood test he hadn't considered and a piece of his design that was coming apart at a seam he hadn't checked because he'd been so certain it would hold. That evening, Harry had a visitor he hadn't expected. He was still in the safe house. Ragnarok had advised staying off the street until at least the weekend, which Harry found mildly irritating but strategically sound, and he was at the desk with 3 books open and his notebook half full when Flintrock knocked and said there was a woman at the door who had provided the institutional recognition code and given her name as Narcissa Malfoy. Harry looked up from his books. He knew the name. Goldclaw had mentioned the Malfoy family in passing during the vault briefings, primarily in the context of Wizengamot vote counts, and the name had a weight to it in wizarding society that even a 6-year-old who'd been raised by muggles could detect through the way people said it. Old family. Money. Influence. Aligned historically with positions that the nicer terms called traditional and the less nice terms called something else. Let her in, Harry said. Narcissa Malfoy was nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd imagined someone like Vernon Dursley with better clothes, the same solidity of entitlement, the same occupying of space. What came through the door was someone tall and pale and precise, wearing silver-gray robes that made the rain gray outside the window look imprecise, with blonde hair pulled back and blue eyes that assessed the room in a single sweep and then settled on Harry with an expression that was, he read it carefully, not condescension. Calculation. But not hostile calculation. Something more like a person arriving at a meeting they had prepared for. She looked at him sitting at the desk with his books and his notebook. He looked back at her. You're smaller than I expected, she said. People keep saying that, Harry said. Sit down. She sat in the armchair, arranged herself with the economy of someone who did not need to perform elegance because it was simply how she moved, and folded her hands in her lap and looked at him. How did you get the code? Harry asked. From Ragnarok, she said. Who told me that if I came here and said what I intend to say, you would want to hear it, and if I didn't come tonight it might be too late for what I had to offer to be useful. What do you intend to say? That I have been watching Albus Dumbledore for 4 years, she said, and that I have documentation of my own. Not vault records, I'm not a goblin. But documentation of a different kind, relating to conversations and agreements and certain things that happened in 1982 that are not in any official record and that, combined with what Gringotts has, would make the picture considerably more complete. Harry put down his pen. Why? She looked at him. Why am I here? Why are you doing this? Helping. What do you get out of it? Something moved in her expression, not offense, not surprise, just the slight adjustment of someone who had expected the question and was deciding how honest to be. She chose honestly. I have a son, she said. He's 6 years old, nearly 7. His name is Draco. Whatever the wizarding world looks like when he is old enough to be in it, I have certain preferences about its shape. She paused. Dumbledore's world, as it currently operates, is one in which a man can steal from an infant, imprison an innocent man, suppress a child's magic for 6 years, and still be the most respected person in Britain. I find that shape unacceptable. Harry looked at her for a moment. And the Malfoy family's traditional alignment with people and positions, that is my husband's business, she said, and her voice didn't change, but something behind it did, briefly. Not mine. Not tonight. He thought about this. He thought about the shape of the world she'd described, Dumbledore's world, and the word unacceptable, which she'd said the way people said words when they'd been sitting with them a long time. He thought about a woman who'd come to a goblin safe house on a rainy Friday evening with documentation she'd been accumulating for 4 years, and the kind of patience that required. What kind of documentation? He said. She opened her cloak and took out a slim folder, leather, dark green, initialed. She set it on the desk. In November 1982, she said, Dumbledore approached my husband with a request. He wanted access to certain contacts in the Department of Mysteries, specifically, individuals who had access to the records on unspeakable research projects. The nature of those projects is irrelevant to your case except in one specific area. She tapped the folder. He was researching the nature of the connection between you and Voldemort. Specifically, he was researching the magical theory of a soul fragment, a piece of a dark wizard's soul that could be embedded in another living being, either intentionally or as a result of a spell backfire of sufficient magnitude. The room was very quiet. He was researching whether part of Voldemort was in me, Harry said. He suspected it. Based on the nature of the rebounded curse and certain theoretical work that an unspeakable named Croaker had been doing in the early 1970s. He wanted confirmation. She looked at him steadily. He received it in early 1983. A theoretical confirmation, the research indicated that yes, it was possible, and that based on the magical profile of the incident at Godric's Hollow, it was probable. A pause. He did not tell anyone. Harry processed this. He knew there might be something of Voldemort's inside me. He knew. And he concluded, the documentation includes his written reasoning, passed to my husband as part of the research arrangement, that this was actually useful. That a connection of that nature could be leveraged. That it would, eventually, be the mechanism by which Voldemort could be permanently destroyed, if the time came and the circumstances were managed correctly. Managed, Harry said. Yes. Meaning I would need to, he wasn't specific in the documentation. He rarely was, in writing. But the implication was clear enough that my husband found it disturbing, and my husband is not, she stopped. He is not a man who disturbs easily. Harry sat back. He thought about compliance matrices and suppressed magic cores and a child kept ignorant and small. He thought about Dumbledore's vision of how this all resolved, the weapon you'd been building your whole career, arriving precisely when you needed it, shaped exactly as you'd shaped it. He thought about the word managed and what it cost, and what it required, and who bore the cost. The document, he said. With Dumbledore's written reasoning. That's in the folder? A copy. The original is with my solicitor in a sealed file that is set to be released to the DMLE, the Gringotts Tribunal, and 4 separate international magical legal bodies simultaneously, in the event that anything happens to me or to Draco. She held his eyes. I am not unaware that I am taking a significant risk coming here. No, Harry said. You're not. He looked at the folder. You prepared for the risk. 4 years ago, she said. When I first understood what he was doing. He reached out and pulled the folder toward him. Opened it. The document inside was handwritten, neat, precise handwriting, annotated in the margins in a different hand, and the date at the top was January 14, 1983. He read. He read it without his expression changing much. He had gotten very good at reading difficult things without his expression changing, because in the house on Privet Drive showing what you thought was a vulnerability and vulnerability was something you protected. The habits of that kind of childhood don't disappear overnight. They become tools. He read about a man who had looked at a child carrying a piece of darkness he hadn't asked for and decided that this was, here was the word Dumbledore used, and it was, Harry thought, the most revealing word in the document, fortunate. He set the folder on the desk. "I'll need this for Monday," he said. "Amelia Bones is presenting the criminal case to the magistrates. This changes the scope." "It changes it significantly," Narcissa agreed. "It adds intent to what is currently primarily a financial case. It demonstrates that the vault theft and the bindings and the guardianship manipulation were all in service of a longer strategy that put your life at specific risk. Can you testify to the document's provenance? That you received it directly from Lucius?" A very brief pause. "If it becomes necessary." "It may." "Then yes." She stood, smoothed her robes, and picked up her gloves from the arm of the chair. She looked at Harry across the desk, the 6-year-old with the 3 open books and the half-full notebook and the green eyes that were reading her the way very few adults managed to read her, which was completely. "One more thing," she said. "Yes?" "Dumbledore will try to get to you directly. Not physically, he's not reckless, but he will attempt, through channels, to have a conversation. He will be very kind. He will be very reasonable. He will," she stopped. "He will make you feel, if you are not careful, that he is the adult in this situation and that he is on your side and that complexity of motive is the same as goodness of intent." She held his eyes. "He is very good at this. He has had a very long time to practice." "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me. Use the folder." She left, and Flintrock closed the door, and Harry sat for a moment in the quiet of the room with the green leather folder on the desk in front of him and thought about the word fortunate in Dumbledore's handwriting. He pulled his notebook toward him and wrote, at the top of a fresh page, "What Dumbledore needs me to be. What I am instead." Below it he drew a line down the center. He wrote for a long time. Saturday came cold and clear, the rain finally done, and Harry woke up at 4 in the morning from habit and lay in the actual bed with the actual pillows and looked at the ceiling and listened to the silence of a place where nobody needed anything from him before sunrise. It was strange. Not bad strange, just unfamiliar in the way that good things were unfamiliar when you hadn't had them before. He lay with it for a while, let himself feel it, and then got up because he couldn't sleep anyway and he had preparation to do. Goldclaw arrived at 8 with the final version of the evidence package. 47 pages plus Narcissa's addendum, which the goblins had reviewed overnight and incorporated into the legal framing with the speed of an institution that had been waiting for exactly this kind of piece to complete a puzzle. "Ragnarok has also contacted the International Confederation of Wizards Oversight Committee," Goldclaw said, handing the package across. "Not formally, a notification of pending investigation. Under their protocols, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot is required to recuse from all Wizengamot business during a formal criminal investigation into his personal conduct." Harry looked up. "So he loses his Wizengamot authority the moment the case goes formal Monday morning?" "Yes. He retains his Hogwarts headmastership, that is a private appointment and the Board of Governors would need to take separate action. But his legislative power base, gone," Harry said. "At least temporarily." "Yes." He thought about the 12 votes and the 8 influenced votes and the structure Dumbledore had built. All of it predicated on the authority he held. Strip the authority and the structure didn't disappear, debts were still debts, loyalties were still loyalties, but it changed the calculus for everyone involved. Without the chief warlock's seat, Dumbledore was still influential. Without the chief warlock's seat and under active criminal investigation, Dumbledore was a liability. People who had been happy to take his money and his favor would begin to weigh that liability. "When does Bones present on Monday?" Harry said. 9 in the morning. The magistrate's session opens at 8:30. "I want to be there." Goldclaw looked at him. "Physically," Harry said. "In the room. Or in the building, at least. Within reach if she needs me. You are 6 years old and you are the primary subject of the case. It is not standard for, nothing about this is standard," Harry said. And I'm not going to be there to testify. Not Monday. I'm going to be there because Dumbledore will know I'm there, and knowing I'm there, that I showed up, at 6 years old, to a formal magistrate proceeding without hiding, without being managed or protected away from the process, tells him something. What does it tell him? Harry looked out the window at the clear Saturday sky over Diagon Alley. Down below, the alley was filling up with the weekend morning crowd, families, students, the ordinary weekend commerce of a world that mostly didn't know that 47 pages of documentation had spent the last 2 days being assembled into something that was going to change the shape of things. It tells him, Harry said, that I know exactly what's happening and I'm not afraid of it and I'm not going to wait somewhere safe while other people fight a battle that's mine to fight. He turned from the window. That's going to bother him more than the 47 pages. Goldclaw looked at him for a long moment. Then she made a note in her ledger. Monday morning, she said. 8:15. I will arrange transport. Sunday was preparation. Harry read everything in the shelf of books that was directly relevant to what was coming, the chapters on noble house lordship claims in the inheritance law volume, the section on Wisengamot procedure in the annotated accords, and the Azkaban chapter in the memoir, which was worse than he'd anticipated. He made notes. He wrote questions. He organized everything he knew about the case into a sequence that made it, he thought, genuinely undeniable, not just legally sufficient but narratively clear, because legal proceedings were argued by humans and humans responded to narratives even when they thought they were responding to evidence. He also, in the late afternoon, read the tales of Beedle the Bard. The Deathly Hallows story was near the end. He read it twice. He thought about the 3 objects, the cloak in Dumbledore's possession, the ring also presumably in Dumbledore's possession, the wand. He thought about what a man who was collecting all 3 of them might be trying to do, and what he understood about death and power and the specific kind of ambition that dressed itself in selflessness. He thought about what Narcissa had said, he will make you feel that he is the adult in this situation and that he is on your side. He put the book back on the shelf. He was ready for Monday. He was ready, he was beginning to understand, for considerably more than Monday. Chapter 4, The Man in Cell Block 7. Azkaban was built on a rock. This was the first thing Harry learned from the memoir, not metaphorically, not as architectural description, but as a physical fact that mattered. The prison sat on a basalt outcropping in the North Sea, surrounded by water cold enough to kill a person in under 20 minutes, and the rock itself had been chosen because it was geologically hostile, inhospitable in a way that felt intentional, as though the earth had put something there specifically to discourage visitors. The fortress had no warmth in it. Not because of poor construction but because warmth, like happiness, like the memory of warmth, was what the Dementors fed on. Harry had read the Azkaban chapter 3 times by Sunday night. He understood Dementors now, creatures that consumed positive emotion, that left you with nothing but your worst memories on endless replay, that turned 5 years into 5 years of the worst moments of your life cycling without pause. He understood what that did to a person. What it did to the mind, specifically, which was the organ that couldn't be reinforced with stone walls or iron bars and which was, after sufficient exposure, less like a mind and more like wreckage. He thought about this on the transport to the ministry on Monday morning, a goblin-arranged portkey, swift and disorienting, that deposited him and Goldclaw in a narrow service corridor 2 floors below the atrium, and filed it under things he was going to feel properly later, when there was time. Right now there was Monday morning. The Ministry of Magic at 8:15 on a Monday was a specific kind of organized chaos, hundreds of people moving through the atrium in the direction of their departments, the golden fountain at the center sending its perpetual spray upward, the memos flying overhead in their paper airplane formations. Harry walked through it with Goldclaw at his shoulder and drew exactly the kind of attention a 6-year-old in the atrium at rush hour drew, confused looks, double takes, and the occasional person who looked twice and then looked away quickly with the expression of someone who wasn't sure what they'd seen. Nobody stopped him. Partly this was Goldclaw's presence. Goblins in the ministry moved with the particular authority of people who had legal standing that predated the building they were standing in, and crowds made room without being asked. Partly it was something else, something about the way Harry moved through the atrium that didn't invite interference. He wasn't hurrying, wasn't hesitant, wasn't performing any of the kinds of uncertainty that made adults want to redirect children. He was going somewhere and he knew where it was, and his face said clearly that he was going there. Amelia Bones found them at the corridor outside the judicial magistrate chambers. She was in her full DMLE purple, with the square shoulders and the monocle and an expression that said she had slept 3 hours and was fine with this. She looked at Harry and then at Goldclaw. "You actually brought him," she said. "He was going to come on his own if I didn't arrange it," Goldclaw said, which was almost certainly true. Amelia looked at Harry for a moment. "You understand you're not presenting today. Today is the initial case filing, the magistrates review the evidence submission, confirm it meets threshold, and authorize the formal investigation. You don't testify until there's a hearing." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not here to testify. I'm here because Dumbledore has people in this building and those people will tell him I'm here and that will mean something to him." She held his eyes for a moment. "You want him to know you're not hiding." "I want him to understand," Harry said, "that I've never been hiding. That I didn't know what was being hidden from me. Those are different things." She nodded once, the short nod of someone who appreciated a precise distinction. "Stay in the corridor. If anyone tries to speak with you about the case, I'll refer them to Goldclaw." "Good." She turned toward the chamber doors, then stopped. "I also filed the black case review request this morning. Emergency scheduling, I used the provision for cases with evidence of procedural failure in the original arrest. The review has been assigned for Thursday." Harry felt something in his chest ease slightly, like a wire that had been taut going slack. Thursday. Panel of 3. Good magistrates, I picked carefully. The evidence is straightforward: no trial record, expired emergency decree, your fathers will establishing guardianship rights. She paused. "I should tell you that I don't know what state he'll be in. 5 years in Azkaban, even with a strong mind going in, the exposure to Dementors," she stopped. "I've read about it," Harry said. "Reading about it isn't the same as—" "I know," Harry said. "But reading about it is what I have, so that's what I'm working with." She looked at him for a moment with the particular expression he was getting used to from adults who were encountering the specific dissonance of a very small person saying very clear things. Then she went through the chamber doors and he heard them close with the solid weight of institutional wood. Harry stood in the corridor. Goldclaw stood beside him. 3 minutes later a man came down the corridor from the elevator, moving quickly, robes slightly disheveled in the way of someone who'd been told to get somewhere and hadn't taken time to straighten up, and stopped when he saw Harry. He was round-faced and nervous-looking and wore lime-green ministerial robes that did nothing for him. "You're Harry Potter," the man said. "Yes," Harry said. I'm Cornelius Fudge, He stopped. "I'm a senior undersecretary." "I know who you are," Harry said pleasantly. Fudge looked at him with the expression of a man who had come somewhere with a specific purpose and was finding the situation substantially different from what he'd prepared for. "I was hoping to, there's been some misunderstanding, regarding the investigation, and I thought perhaps, Mr. Fudge," Harry said. "Did Dumbledore send you?" Fudge's mouth opened and closed. "Because if he did," Harry said, still pleasant, still unhurried, "you should know that any approach to me regarding the content, scope, or progress of an active criminal investigation could be considered an attempt to influence a case, which is a specific offense under your department's own regulations. I'm not threatening you with that, I'm just letting you know, because I think you probably came down here without fully considering the situation." He paused. "Did you consider the situation, Mr. Fudge?" Fudge stared at him. "You're 6 years old," he said, slightly desperately. "Yes," Harry agreed. "It's a good morning for it. Was there something else?" Fudge left. He practically reversed back to the elevator. Harry watched him go and then looked at Goldclaw. He'll go straight back to Dumbledore, Harry said. Yes, Goldclaw said. And tell him precisely what you said. Good. The chamber doors opened 40 minutes later. Amelia Bones came out with 3 sheets of signed documentation and an expression that didn't give anything away except to someone who was paying attention, and Harry was paying attention. Her shoulders were down. The set of her jaw was, not relaxed, she didn't do relaxed, but settled, the expression of someone who had just done something correctly. Filing accepted, she said. Full investigation authorized. The Chief Warlock recusal takes effect in 30 minutes when the authorization is formally logged with the Wisengamot Registrar. A beat. He loses his Wisengamot authority at 9:15 this morning. Harry nodded. And the freeze on his Hogwarts access? Board of Governors motion, that's separate, as I said. But Ragnarok has been in contact with 3 board members who, it turns out, have been unhappy with certain aspects of Dumbledore's financial management for some time. A pause that was almost wry. Apparently the Goblins' audit findings resonated with concerns they already had. A board meeting has been called for Wednesday. Harry thought about the Sword of Gryffindor in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. About the cloak. About the Founder's correspondence. About all of it, sitting in a building that Dumbledore still currently controlled, with 48 hours until Wednesday. The artifacts, he said. The ones from the vaults that are at Hogwarts. The sword, the documents. We need them secured before Wednesday. Amelia looked at him. I can't issue a warrant for Hogwarts artifact seizure without, the Sword of Gryffindor is Gringotts' property, Goldclaw said calmly. Disputed in terms of original ownership, but currently catalogued as a vault item that was removed without authorization. Gringotts can issue a separate recovery request under property law, independent of the criminal case. We do not require your warrant, Director Bones. We require only notification that our recovery agent will be entering the premises. Bones looked at Goldclaw. You've already drafted the recovery request. It was filed this morning, Goldclaw confirmed. At 8 o'clock. The corner of Amelia Bones's mouth moved. It wasn't quite a smile. But it was whatever came before one. I'll notify Hogwarts of the incoming property recovery, she said. As a courtesy. Thank you, Harry said. She looked at him one more time, the look she'd been giving him since Thursday, the one that was part assessment and part something else, the look of someone repeatedly encountering something they hadn't budgeted for. Then she went back into the ministry and Harry and Goldclaw went back the way they'd come, through the organized chaos of the atrium and out into the service corridor and the portkey home. The clock in the safe house read 9:12 when they arrived. 3 minutes later, somewhere in the ministry, Albus Dumbledore's name was formally struck from the Chief Warlock's register. Harry made tea. Tuesday passed in preparation for Thursday. Harry spent most of it at the desk, working through the legal documents around Sirius's case with the same methodical attention he'd been giving everything else, cross-referencing the arrest records with the wartime decree under which it had been made, looking for every weakness in the original legal basis and every strength in what he needed to present. He'd requested from Goldclaw everything available on Sirius Black prior to the arrest, character references, professional records, anything from the war period, and what came back was substantial enough to tell him something about the kind of person Sirius Black had been before Azkaban. An aura. A good one, by the records, 3 commendations in 2 years, a partner who'd filed a formal statement of character that Goldclaw had tracked down from the original DMLE archive and that was so clear and specific in its praise that Harry read it twice. Funny, the partner had written, someone who remembered that under the darkness and the exhaustion of wartime there were still human things worth being. Loyal in the way that made you better at your job, not worse. Never once. He thought about his father's will. You were the only one. He thought about what 5 years in Azkaban did to someone who'd been funny and loyal and good at their job. He read the chapter again. Wednesday brought news from Hogwarts. Goldclaw delivered it with the satisfaction of someone reporting an operation gone exactly to plan. The Gringotts recovery agent, a formidable goblin named Iron Pike who had apparently been selected specifically because he was the kind of person who would not be deflected by anything short of a mountain, had arrived at Hogwarts Tuesday evening and had walked out Wednesday morning with the Sword of Gryffindor, the Founder's correspondence, and 6 of the Fleamont potion manuscripts that had been identified in the personal library of the headmaster's office. He tried to argue about the sword, Goldclaw said. Dumbledore? He said it was school property, that it appeared by need, that it had been in the school since the founding. She set down her tea. Iron Pike told him that appeared by need was not a recognized form of vault withdrawal and presented the 1923 catalogue entry. A pause. Dumbledore let him take it. Because he couldn't stop him legally, Harry said. And because he is, at his core, a man who works within legal frameworks when the legal framework is being applied correctly, Goldclaw said. Even ones that go against him. It is one of his better qualities and also, in this case, useful to us. The Board of Governors meeting had also happened Wednesday. Harry hadn't been there and didn't have a direct report of it, but Goldclaw had the outcome, a vote of 6-4 to place Dumbledore on administrative leave pending the conclusion of the criminal investigation. He retained the headmaster title but was required to vacate the castle. A deputy, Minerva McGonagall, had been appointed acting head. Harry thought about this. He felt something complicated about it, not regret, not guilt, nothing like that. But he felt the weight of what was happening, the specific gravity of dismantling something that had been enormous and load-bearing for decades. Dumbledore hadn't just been a person. He'd been a structure, a set of assumptions about how the wizarding world worked and who was in charge and what was good and what was safe. Taking that structure apart had consequences that spread outward from the center, and not all of those consequences landed on people who deserved them. He wrote this down in his notebook. Not because he could fix it immediately but because he wanted to remember it, the cost of necessary things, and why cost being real didn't make the thing less necessary. Thursday morning he was up at 4 again, not from habit this time but from the specific pre-event wakefulness he recognized from the mornings before the important things. He lay in the dark and went through everything one more time, the evidence, the legal framework, the sequence of how the hearing would run, and then got up and ate breakfast and put on the good clothes Goldclaw had arranged for him when he'd mentioned having to be presentable. The good clothes were a revelation. Dark trousers that actually fit. A shirt in dark green, because Goldclaw had apparently looked at the blood document noting his Slytherin-adjacent Salazar lineage and decided the color was appropriate, which Harry found both funny and completely logical. A fitted jacket. He looked in the small mirror in the bathroom and barely recognized himself, not because he looked impressive, exactly, but because he looked like himself, which was different from the impression created by Dudley's hand-me-downs. Better, Goldclaw said when he came out. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. They went to the ministry. The judicial review chamber was not the same as the magistrate's filing room. It was larger, built for formal proceedings, with a raised panel area at the far end where the 3 magistrates would sit and a central table and gallery seating along the walls. The gallery was empty. This was a closed review, not a public hearing, which Bones had requested specifically to prevent the kind of spectacle that could compromise the panel's judgment. Harry sat with Goldclaw and Amelia Bones at the central table. The DMLE evidence file was in front of Bones. Goldclaw had the Gringotts documentation. Harry had his notebook, which was not for consultation but for continuity. He wrote better when he had the physical anchor of the notebook even when he wasn't writing in it, had discovered this about himself Tuesday. The magistrates came in at 9 sharp. 3 of them, as Bones had said, all women. This was chance, not arrangement, though Harry noted it as a data point anyway. The senior magistrate was named Griselda Marchbanks, white-haired and small and possessed of the kind of alertness that made you recalibrate anyone's assumptions about age. The other 2 Harry didn't know yet. Then the doors opened again and Sirius Black was brought in. He was escorted by 2 DMLE officers who were clearly being careful with him, not restraining him, not aggressive, but positioned in the way of people who had been briefed that the person they were escorting was fragile in a specific and invisible way. He was thin. This was the first thing Harry registered, not the kind of thin that was just a person's natural build but the kind that happened when a body had been deprived, consistently, over time. His robes were clean, someone had made sure of that, probably Bones, but they hung on him. His hair was long and dark and tangled despite clearly having been combed at some point recently. He was 31 years old and looked older. But his eyes were gray and they were awake. This was the second thing Harry noticed and it mattered more than the first. Dull eyes, vacant eyes, Harry had feared this, had read about it in the memoir, had prepared himself for it. Sirius Black's eyes were not dull. They moved over the room with an awareness that was exhausted and fragile at the edges but present, essentially and fundamentally present, and Harry let out a breath he'd been holding for longer than this morning. Sirius looked at the magistrates. At Bones. At Goldclaw. At Harry. He stopped. He looked at Harry for a long moment, and something happened in his face, complex and rapid and several things at once, like watching a window open in a wall that had been sealed for years. "You look like James," he said. His voice was rough, underfed the same way the rest of him was underfed. "But the eyes are lilies." "So I've been told," Harry said. He kept his voice steady but something in his chest was doing something complicated. "Sit down. You're at a case review." Sirius looked at him for another moment. Then he sat. The review took 2 hours. Bones presented first, the absence of trial record, the expired emergency decree, the Wizengamot speech Dumbledore had given 8 days post-arrest. She was concise and precise and the 3 magistrates listened without interrupting, which was its own kind of signal. Goldclaw presented the financial record that linked Crouch's arrest decision to his subsequent nomination by Dumbledore. Then Harry's father's will was entered as evidence, the legal guardian designation, the specific language. The senior magistrate, Marchbanks, asked 2 questions and both of them were sharp. She wanted to know whether there was any evidence placing Sirius Black at the scene of the explosion that had killed 12 Muggles and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. Bones said there was eyewitness testimony, unreliable, uncross-examined, not tested in any trial, and that the physical evidence was consistent with multiple interpretations. She was careful about what she claimed. She said there was reasonable doubt. She said no trial had been conducted to test the evidence. Marchbanks looked at Sirius. "Do you wish to speak at this review?" Sirius had been sitting very still during the proceeding in the way of someone concentrating very hard on something, and Harry had understood this. It was the effort of staying present, staying inside the current moment rather than the moments that Azkaban had replayed for 5 years. He looked up at Marchbanks. "I didn't kill them," he said. "Peter Pettigrew was the Death Eater, not me. He was the secret keeper, not me. He faked his death and framed me and he stopped. His hands on the table were thin and the knuckles were white. There was no trial. There was Crouch and there was 2 hours and then Azkaban." He looked at the magistrate steadily. "I have been thinking, for 5 years, about what I would say if I ever had the chance to say anything. And that's what I have. I didn't do it. And I never got the chance to say so until now." The room was quiet. Marchbanks conferred in low voices with the other 2 magistrates for 4 minutes. Harry watched the clock and counted. Then she looked up. "This review panel finds that the incarceration of Sirius Orion Black failed to meet the minimum procedural requirements of the Wizarding Criminal Justice Act of 1974, specifically the requirements for formal charge, evidence review, and adjudicated verdict. His continued imprisonment is accordingly found to be unlawful." She looked at the DMLE officers by the door. "Mr. Black is to be released immediately, with full restoration of his legal status and wizarding rights. A formal hearing into the circumstances of the original arrest will be scheduled within 60 days. She signed the release order. The second magistrate signed it. The third. The DMLE officers looked at each other with the expression of people for whom this was not what they'd expected Monday to look like when it started, and then they stepped back from the door, because that was what the order said to do. Sirius Black sat at the table and didn't move. Harry looked at him. "That's it," Harry said quietly. "You're out." Sirius looked down at his hands on the table. Then he pressed them flat against the surface, as though he needed to confirm it was real. 5 years, he said. Not to anyone in particular. Not to Harry. Just the number, set down in the room. Yes, Harry said. He stopped. It took 2 hours. It should have taken 2 hours 5 years ago, Harry said. It didn't. I'm sorry about that. Sirius looked at him. The gray eyes, awake and exhausted and complex. You're sorry, he said. You're 6 years old and you're apologizing to me. I'm sorry it took this long to get you out, Harry said. That's specific, not general. It took this long because I didn't know. If I'd known, you were 6 months old when I went in, Sirius said. I know. And now I'm 6 years old and I've known for 5 days and you're out. He held Sirius's gaze. I think you should eat something. The ministry has a canteen. Sirius stared at him for a moment. Then something happened in his face that was the first unreserved thing Harry had seen from him, not cautious hope or careful assessment or the fragile presence of someone maintaining themselves through effort. Something that was just human, sudden and unguarded. He laughed. It wasn't a full laugh, too rusty for that, too unpracticed, like a door opened that hadn't been opened in years. But it was real and it filled the corner of the hearing room and Amelia Bones looked slightly startled and even Goldclaw's expression shifted. You sound like James, Sirius said, and his voice had something in it that was grief and warmth simultaneously and somehow both at once. The tone. You sound just like him. I'll take that, Harry said. You get that from him. The practicality. Lily had it too, but hers was softer, she could make you feel cared for at the same time. James just stated the facts until you couldn't argue with them anymore. He looked at the table, at his thin hands on it. How long have you known about all of this? 5 days. 5 days. He said it the same way he'd said 2 hours. Like the numbers were incomprehensible not because they were too large but because they were so much smaller than they should have been. Where were you? Before 5 days ago. Privet Drive, Harry said. Surrey. My aunt and uncle's house. Sirius was quiet for a moment. He knew what the will said about the Dursleys. Bones had shared relevant portions with the review panel, and his expression did something complicated that wasn't anger exactly but was the shape of where anger lived when you'd been away from it long enough that it came back unfamiliar. Were they? It was fine, Harry said. Which was not true, but which was what he had available for now, and what he didn't want to use this room for. I'm not there anymore. Sirius looked at him carefully. He had the eyes of someone who was very good at reading people and who had just been given 5 years of uninterrupted time in which the only thing to do was to think about things, which had made the skill both sharper and more painful. He read Harry's fine and his expression said he knew exactly what it meant and exactly what he wasn't being told. We'll talk about it later, he said. Yes, Harry said. We will. Amelia Bones had, at some point in the last few minutes, quietly produced a piece of parchment from her folder and slid it across the table. Harry looked at it. It was a medical referral, St. Mungo's, a full restorative assessment with a specialist in dementor exposure recovery. This afternoon if possible, she said to Sirius. The sooner the better, with this kind of exposure. Sirius picked up the parchment. He looked at it with the expression of a man who was in the process of renegotiating his relationship with the concept of care from the outside world. Right, he said. St. Mungo's. I'll come with you, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. You don't have to, I know, Harry said. I want to. Another look. The gray eyes, reading him again. James would have said the same thing, Sirius said quietly. Good, Harry said. That's good to know. St. Mungo's was brighter than the ministry and louder with the controlled busyness of a large healing institution, and they arrived mid-afternoon with a DMLE escort that Sirius didn't need but that Bones had insisted on because released prisoners still required official paperwork to be processed and she wanted it done correctly. The healer who assessed Sirius was named Hadley, young, efficient, with the manner of someone who had trained for difficult cases and found them interesting rather than overwhelming. She took one look at Sirius and said she wanted a full day, which Sirius protested with the energy of a man who was remembering how to protest things. Harry sat in the waiting area outside the assessment room and did what he'd been doing all week, he thought. The shape of things, as it stood. Dumbledore had been stripped of his Wisengamot authority Monday. The criminal investigation was formally open. Sirius was free and being assessed. The Hogwarts artifacts were back in Gringotts' custody. The Board of Governors had placed Dumbledore on leave. The proxy accounts were frozen. But Dumbledore was still out there. Still thinking. Still the most intelligent and most well-connected person in the wizarding world, and he was also a man who had just watched the careful architecture of 25 years begin to dismantle around him and who was not, based on everything Harry had learned about him, the kind of person who accepted dismantling passively. He was going to try something. Harry didn't know what. That was the gap, he'd been thinking about it since Wednesday and he still couldn't fully map it. The money was frozen. The legal authority was suspended. The direct tools were largely off the table. But Dumbledore's most powerful tool had never been money or authority, not really. It had been narrative. The story he told about himself, about what he was doing and why, about what Harry Potter was and what Harry Potter was for. He was going to try to get to Harry. Not through fudge, that had failed and he wouldn't waste the approach twice. Not through the Wisengamot, which was closed to him. Something else. Harry thought about what Narcissa had said. He will be very kind. He will make you feel that he is the adult in this situation. He thought about what it would cost to let that conversation happen on Dumbledore's terms. And what it might cost not to have it at all. He took out his notebook and wrote, "Need to control the conditions if the conversation happens." Sirius came out 3 hours later looking slightly more human, some color in his face that might have been the restorative healer Hadley had administered, or might have been just being in a building that was warm and cared about him. He had clean robes and his hair had been dealt with, and he moved differently than he'd moved in the hearing room, not better exactly, but looser, something slightly less braced. He sat in the chair beside Harry in the waiting room and for a moment they were both just quiet. "They want to keep me for 3 days, Sirius said. "You should let them." "I know." He looked at his hands, less clenched now, though Harry still saw the effort behind the looseness of them. The healer said the exposure effects can be reversed in most cases. Full recovery in weeks rather than months, if treatment starts early. He paused. 5 years apparently doesn't qualify as early. But earlier than if I'd been in there another 5, so. He looked at Harry sideways. "She also said I should think about what I want to do next." "What do you want to do next?" Harry said. "Eat a proper meal. Have a bath. Those are the immediate wants." He was quiet for a moment. "After that, I want to know what's happening. With the investigation, with Dumbledore, with all of it. Everything you've been doing." He looked at Harry directly. "I've been in a cell for 5 years thinking I was going to be in a cell for the rest of my life, and in 4 days a 6-year-old has apparently unraveled. What, exactly? How much has actually happened?" Harry thought about where to start. Then he told him. Straightforwardly, in order, without simplifying it because Sirius Black had been an Auror and was not someone who needed things simplified. The tribunal, the blood test, the bindings, the vaults. The 12 million Galleons. Amelia Bones. Narcissa Malfoy and the Green Leather Folder. The Chief Warlock Recusal. The Hogwarts Artifacts. Sirius listened. He was very still while Harry talked, not the braced stillness of the hearing room but something else, the stillness of a person absorbing a large amount of information very quickly and holding it all at once without filtering. When Harry finished, Sirius was quiet for a moment. 12 million galleons, he said. And change. From 8 vaults. Yes. And he put a compliance matrix on you when you were 14 months. Sirius pressed his hands together, fingers laced, and looked at the ceiling of the waiting room. Something moved in his jaw. Harry waited. I knew something was wrong, Sirius said. After that night. When they came for me, I thought, this is wrong, something is wrong, and I couldn't. He stopped. I spent 5 years trying to work out what was wrong. What I'd missed. Why it had gone the way it had. He looked at Harry. It was him. The whole time. Yes. James trusted him, Sirius said. And this landed differently than the rest of it, softer and harder at once, the way personal betrayals landed differently than institutional ones. Completely. He thought Dumbledore was. He stopped again. We all did. I know. He's still out there, Sirius said. You know that, right? This isn't over. I know. He's going to. Sirius looked at him. What's your plan? For what comes next? I have some ideas, Harry said. But I want to hear what you think first. Sirius looked at him. The gray eyes, doing the thing they did, reading, assessing, finding something they recognized. James used to do that, he said. Pretend he was asking for your opinion when he'd already made the plan and just wanted to see if you'd independently arrive at the same answer. Did it work? Usually. Something that was almost a smile moved across Sirius's face, a real one, not the rusty thing from the hearing room but something that had warmth in it and a memory of more warmth, like a coal not quite gone cold. What are your ideas? The lordship claims, Harry said. I need to formally claim the house seats, all of them that are viable. When I have the seats, I have Wizengamot presence, and when I have Wizengamot presence, the legal maneuvering becomes considerably more. You're 6 years old, Harry. The Wizengamot has an age minimum. They have an age minimum for voting, Harry said. Not for seat holding. There's a precedent, 1683, a child heir named Aldrich Fenbright who inherited 3 seats simultaneously and held them in trust, represented at sessions by a designated proxy. The proxy had full voting rights and was legally bound to act in the seat holder's interests. He paused. The precedent has never been formally overturned. It just hasn't been tested in 300 years because it's unusual. Sirius stared at him. You could be the proxy, Harry said. Once you've completed your treatment and your rights are fully restored, which Bones thinks will take 2 weeks. You'd hold the seats in my name, vote in my interests, but be present at sessions where I can't formally act. Sirius continued to stare at him. Does that work? Harry said. Sirius stopped. Started again. James used to do this thing, he said, where he'd explain a plan that was obviously brilliant but also slightly mad and he'd say it in this very matter-of-fact tone as though it were the obvious solution and anyone would have thought of it, and I'd want to be exasperated but I couldn't quite manage it because the plan was too good. He looked at Harry with the gray eyes and the complicated expression. You do the exact same thing. Is that a yes? Harry said. That's a yes, Sirius said. Obviously that's a yes. He leaned back in the waiting room chair and looked at the ceiling again and some of the tension in his shoulders, not all of it, not by any means, 5 years of Azkaban didn't leave in a day, but some of it, the specific tension of a man trying to hold everything together by force of will alone, came slightly loose. He's going to come at you directly, Sirius said to the ceiling. When all the legal maneuvering hasn't worked and the institutional routes are closed. He's going to want to have a conversation. I know, Harry said. He'll try to convince you that he was doing what was right. He's very good at it. Another stop. He convinced me, before everything, that he was the wisest person in the room. Every room. For years I didn't question it because he always seemed to know more than you did and care more than you thought possible, and the combination of those things is very convincing when you're 22 and in the middle of a war. How did it feel, Harry said carefully, when you realized he didn't? Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Like the floor of a room you thought was solid, he said. Like you'd been standing on it your whole life and it had always felt. He stopped. It felt like betrayal. Which sounds inadequate, but I don't have a better word. I don't feel that way, Harry said. About him. Is that strange? You never trusted him in the first place. No. Then there's nothing to betray, Sirius said. It's different. He looked at Harry. Don't mistake that for simple, though. What he did to you, I know what he did to me. Do you? Because you process things very quickly and you move forward very efficiently, and I think that's real, that's genuinely how you work. But there's also going to be a point where the moving forward stops being useful and you have to actually sit with what was done. Harry thought about his father's handwriting. Don't let anyone make him small. He thought about 4 in the morning in the kitchen at Privet Drive and the particular dark blue of the sky and the careful silence of a boy making himself invisible before sunrise. I know, he said. Not yet. But I know. Okay, Sirius said. And he said it like someone who understood not yet and wasn't going to push it, like someone who had his own not yet that he was going to be dealing with for a long time. Okay. They sat in the St. Mungo's waiting room in the mid-afternoon quiet, and outside the window the London sky was getting the late gold of late afternoon, and Harry thought about Thursday and everything it had moved and everything that was still coming. 3 more days, Healer Hadley had said. 3 days and Sirius would be cleared for discharge. 2 weeks after that and his rights would be fully restored. And then the Wisengamot sessions. And then the lordship claims. And then whatever Dumbledore tried next. Harry picked up his notebook and opened to a fresh page. He wrote at the top, what Dumbledore does when the institutional routes are closed. He thought about everything he knew about the man. The intelligence, the patience, the narrative gift, the willingness to play a very long game. He thought about what the man had that hadn't yet been touched by anything they'd done. He thought about the Deathly Hallows. About the ring with the black stone, which Narcissa's document had placed in Dumbledore's possession. About the cloak. About the wand. He hadn't traced the wand yet, hadn't needed to, but he kept it in the back of his mind as a thread that needed pulling at the right moment. He thought about the soul fragment theory from the 1983 document. About a man who had known for 3 years that there might be a piece of Voldemort embedded in Harry Potter and had decided, with his careful intelligent inhuman patience, that this was fortunate. There was something Dumbledore hadn't finished yet. Some piece of the design still incomplete. Harry could feel the edge of it the way you felt the edge of a room in the dark, the shape of a wall you couldn't see but knew was there from the way the air changed near it. He was going to need to find it before Dumbledore could use it. He wrote, the soul fragment. Is it real? How would we know? Who can test for it? Below it, Dumbledore didn't remove it. Why not? Because he couldn't? Because he needed it in place? Below that, what happens to me if it is there? He stared at this last line for a moment. Then he wrote, find out. Don't assume. Don't fear it. Find out. He closed the notebook. Sirius was watching him from the next chair. Not intrusively, not with the intent to read, just watching, with the expression of a man who was allowing himself to feel something he'd been cut off from for 5 years, which was the specific quiet warmth of being in proximity to something that mattered. You all right? Sirius said. Harry thought about the question. I'm working on something, he said. "Can I help?" Harry looked at him. At the grey eyes that were tired and awake and real in a room that smelled of healing potions and clean linen and the ordinary hum of a place that existed to put people back together. He thought about his father's will, and you were the only one, and the particular kind of trust that chose a person not because they were obvious but because they were right. "Yes," Harry said. "I think you can." He opened the notebook to the page with the 3 lines on it and handed it across. Sirius read it. His expression as he read went through several things: recognition, then something cold, then something that was protective in the specific fierce way of someone who had been given a reason to be protective and was not going to waste it. He looked up. He knew about this in 1983. Yes. And he didn't, no. He was going to use you as, probably, Harry said. We don't know the specifics. But yes, probably. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. What do you need? I need to find out if the theory is correct, Harry said. And I need to do it before Dumbledore does anything that depends on it being true. Sirius handed the notebook back. His jaw was set and his eyes were the sharpest they'd been all day, the aura in him coming forward through the exhaustion with the particular clarity of purpose. There's a curse breaker at Gringotts, he said. Best in the business. She specializes in soul magic, theoretical and applied. Her name is Bill Weasley. How do you know a Gringotts curse breaker? His father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. I knew him before. A pause. I knew a lot of people before. The point is, if anyone can run a non-invasive soul diagnostic, it's a Gringotts specialist in curse work. He looked at Harry. You want me to reach out? Can you? From here? Sirius looked around the waiting room with the expression of someone reacquainting themselves with available resources. I need a piece of parchment and a hospital owl. Harry tore a page from the back of his notebook. Sirius took it. He borrowed a pen from the nurse's station with the confidence of someone who had decided that confidence was the muscle that most needed immediate exercise, and he wrote a quick note, and he gave it to the ward owl, and he came back and sat down. Told him to contact Goldclaw at Gringotts for the arrangement details, Sirius said. Good, Harry said. They sat together in the waiting room as the afternoon went to evening, and somewhere in the city the goblins were counting money and the DMLE was filing documents and the wizarding world was beginning to process the slow earthquake of what was happening to its most central figure, and in a large castle in Scotland a portrait of a sleeping headmaster was ticking softly on a shelf. And in a hospital waiting room in London, Harry Potter opened his notebook again and kept working. Chapter 5, The Lordship Sessions. The Wizengamot chamber smelled like old stone and older decisions. Harry noticed this when they brought him in through the public entrance on a Wednesday morning 3 weeks after the St. Mungo's waiting room, 3 weeks after Sirius had sent the owl and healer Hadley had done her work and the world had continued its slow earthquake. The smell was not unpleasant, it was the smell of a place that had been used for centuries for things that mattered, the particular density of Sirius air. But it was also the smell of a place that had believed for a very long time that it knew what was important and who was allowed to stand in front of it and say so. Harry was about to test that belief. Sirius walked beside him, which was the first thing anyone noticed, because Sirius Black had been in Azkaban a month ago and was now here in formal robes that fit him. Goldclaw had arranged the robes, because the goblins had decided, somewhere in the last 3 weeks, that if Harry Potter was going to be presenting to the Wizengamot they were going to make sure the optics were correct, and his rights were fully restored and his color was back and he held himself like someone who had remembered how to take up space. Not arrogant. Just present. The way a person stood when they'd been somewhere that tried to take that from them and had declined to let it. Goldclaw walked on Harry's other side. Amelia Bones was already inside. The chamber gallery was full. Harry had expected some attendance. The formal claiming of multiple noble house seats was significant procedural business, and the wizarding world had spent 3 weeks absorbing the news of the criminal investigation, the chief warlock recusal, the Hogwarts board decision. People were paying attention. But the gallery was not just occupied by the curious. It was occupied by people who had come specifically to see what Harry Potter looked like, which was understandable and slightly irritating and something Harry had prepared for by deciding to simply not care about it. He walked down the central aisle with Sirius and Goldclaw and he didn't look at the gallery much. He looked at the chamber, the tiered seating for the Wizengamot members, currently about 60% occupied, the central floor where presentations were made, the raised presiding chair that was currently empty because the chief warlock seat was vacant, the two flanking seats for the deputy presiding officers. One of the deputy presiding officers was a woman named Augusta Longbottom, who Harry had been briefed on, rigid, traditional, scrupulously fair in the way of someone who had made fairness a point of personal honor and would die before they compromised it. Goldclaw had said she was the reason this session had been granted at all, because Augusta Longbottom had reviewed the 1683 Fenbright precedent that Harry had cited and had sent a 3-line response that said the precedent was valid, the session would be held, and anyone who wished to contest the proceedings should submit their objections in writing 48 hours in advance. No written objections had been submitted. Harry thought this was probably because everyone who might have submitted them was watching to see what would happen before they committed to a position. Smart, politically. Also irrelevant. He wasn't here to manage the room's opinion in advance. He was here to state his case so clearly that the room's opinion afterward was simply a natural consequence. Augusta Longbottom was in her late 60s, wearing a hat with a stuffed vulture on it that would have looked bizarre on anyone else and looked, on her, like a statement of deliberate eccentricity chosen by someone who had long since stopped caring about other people's opinions of her accessories. She looked at Harry when he took his position at the center floor, and her expression held nothing performative, no condescension, no sympathy, no curiosity that was really appetite. Just attention. Lord Potter-in-Waiting, she said, using the formal title for an underage heir, you are here to present formal claims to the hereditary seats of the noble houses of Potter, Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Lefay, Fleamont, Dagworth Granger, and Ogden. You are also here to present a proxy designation under the Fenbright precedent, naming Sirius Orin Black as acting proxy for said seats until such time as you reach the age of majority. Is this correct? It is, Harry said. His voice carried clearly in the chamber, which had the same natural acoustics as an old theater, built to let voices fill it. Then proceed. Harry had prepared a speech. He'd written 3 drafts of it over the last 3 weeks, shown it to Sirius and to Goldclaw and revised it, and the final version was in his jacket pocket. He didn't take it out. He'd memorized it well enough that he didn't need it, and he'd also decided that taking out a piece of paper and reading from it sent a particular message about his relationship to the material that he didn't want to send. He looked at the assembled Wizengamot, the faces tiered around him, the ones he knew from Goldclaw's briefings and the ones he didn't, and he began. The hereditary seats I am claiming today have documentation in order, he said. Lineage verification, bloodline confirmation, vault records, all of it is in the submission file that was delivered to this chamber 48 hours ago. I'm not going to repeat what's in the file, because if the members present haven't read it by now, me summarizing it won't help. A pause. What I will address is why the claims are being made today, at this age, in this way. He felt the gallery quiet into a specific kind of attention. Not silence, galleries never fully silenced, but the particular focus quality of people who had come expecting something and were now updating their expectations in real time. My name is Harry Potter, he said. I am 6 years old. My parents were killed when I was 15 months old, and in the immediate aftermath of their deaths, a series of decisions were made about my guardianship, my finances, my magical development, and my future by a person who had no legal authority to make any of them. Those decisions placed me in a home where I was not known, not wanted in any real sense, and not told anything about who I was or where I came from. They also involved the theft of 12 million galleons from the vaults I am claiming today, the suppression of my magical core, and the imprisonment of my legal guardian, whose name was in my father's will, in a valid document, in a bank vault that the same person had already started stealing from, without trial, on the basis of an expired wartime decree. The chamber was very quiet now. "I am not presenting these claims as a child asking for things that belong to him," Harry said. "I am presenting them as the surviving heir of 8 houses, under the legal framework that has governed hereditary claims in this chamber for 400 years, because these seats are mine and the evidence for that is in the file you've already received. What I want this chamber to understand is not the legal case, that's documented and straightforward, but the context." He looked around the room. "The context is that all of this was done to prevent me from standing here. The bindings, the placement, the stolen assets, the imprisoned guardian, all of it was designed to ensure that the person standing in this chamber one day would be someone shaped and managed and directed by a single architect who believed, apparently, that he understood what was best for the wizarding world better than the wizarding world understood it itself." He let that sit for a moment. "I am 7 years old in 3 weeks," he said. "I am not going to pretend that I have the experience of the members of this chamber. I don't. What I have is the documented evidence that my family's seats and assets were taken from me by someone who did have that experience and used it for his own ends. I am claiming those seats under the law that protects hereditary rights in this chamber, and I am designating Sirius Black as my proxy because he is my legal guardian and because he is, by every account and record I have access to, someone my father trusted absolutely." He paused. "That is enough for me." Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a moment after he finished, with the full weight of someone who was assessing not just what had been said but what had been meant and whether those two things were the same. "The chamber will review the documentation," she said. "Members who wish to raise procedural objections may do so now." A pause. Across the chamber, a wizard in the 3rd row, heavy-set, wearing expensive robes, whose name Harry knew from the briefings was Pollux Selwyn, one of the 8 influenced votes Goldclaw had identified, said, "I question the validity of the Fenbright precedent in this context." "On what grounds?" Augusta said. "The Fenbright case involved a single seat," Selwyn said. "Lord Potter-in-Waiting is claiming 8. The precedent was not intended to, the precedent is not limited by the number of seats involved," said a clear voice from the far end of the chamber's tiered seating. Harry looked. A young woman, young for the Wisengamot, perhaps 30, in grey robes with sharp eyes. He didn't know her name yet. The Fenbright judgment specifically states that a sole underage heir to hereditary seats may designate a proxy without limitation on the number of seats involved. The only limitation is that the proxy must be a magical adult with full legal standing. Sirius Black's legal standing was formally restored 12 days ago by order of the Judicial Magistrate Panel. She looked at Selwyn. "The precedent is unambiguous." Selwyn looked like he'd swallowed something unpleasant but had the political survival instinct to swallow it quietly. "Any further objections?" Augusta said. Silence. "Then we proceed to the formal documentation review." She looked at Harry. "You may be seated." Harry went to the chairs along the central floor's edge where Sirius and Goldclaw were waiting. He sat. Sirius leaned slightly toward him. "That was good," Sirius said quietly. "The Selwyn objection was predictable," Harry said. "He was going to try something. I'm glad it was that one." "Why that one?" "Because it had the cleanest counter." He looked at the young woman in grey at the far end of the chamber. "Who is she?" "Her name is Tiberius Ogden's granddaughter," Sirius said, after a moment. "Claudia Ogden. She's sharp as, she's one of the best legal minds in the chamber. She's been an advocate for procedural reform for 3 years." A pause. "She also," he said carefully, "might be interested to know about the Ogden shareholding documents." Harry filed this under useful, immediate future. The documentation review took 40 minutes. Harry sat through it and watched the chamber work, the process of it, the way information moved through an institution, the face of authority doing what it was supposed to do when it was functioning correctly. He'd spent a lot of time in the last 3 weeks thinking about institutions, what made them work, what made them fail, the difference between an institution captured by a single person's agenda and an institution operating with genuine independence. The Wiesengemot had been the former for a long time. It was trying, tentatively, to become the latter. He was here to help it. Augusta Longbottom called the final vote on the seat recognition at 10:47. 41 members present. 34 for recognition. 6 against. 1 abstention. Harry Potter's seats were formally recognized. Augusta looked at him. Lord Potter. Your proxy designation. Sirius stood. He walked to the center floor and Harry watched him and felt the specific thing that happened when you saw a person in their right place, not triumph, not relief, but something quieter and more real, the feeling of something aligned that had been crooked for too long. Sirius stated his name and his standing and his acceptance of the proxy role in the formal language the procedure required, and his voice was steady and his shoulders were back and the gray eyes were clear, and Harry thought about his father's handwriting, "You were the only one," and filed it somewhere it would keep. Augusta Longbottom looked between them, the man at the center floor and the boy at the chamber's edge, and her expression did something brief and private that Harry suspected she would not have wanted observed, but that was there regardless, the expression of someone who had lived long enough to see both how wrong things went and occasionally how they came right. "The proxy designation is accepted," she said. Sirius Orion Black, acting proxy for the hereditary seats of House Potter, Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Le Fay, Fleamont, Dagworth Granger, and Ogden, is recognized by this chamber. A pause. "Welcome back, Mr. Black." It wasn't in the script. It was Augusta Longbottom, alone, off-script, saying something she'd decided to say. Sirius looked at her and nodded once, and something in his jaw moved. "Thank you," he said. "Madam." The corridor outside the chamber was immediate chaos of the specific ministry variety, people moving and talking and the particular social churning of an institution that had just witnessed something significant and was processing it at volume. Harry moved through it with Sirius beside him and Goldclaw keeping pace and was stopped 3 times in the first minute by people he'd been briefed on and hadn't expected to encounter immediately. The first was Claudia Ogden, who appeared at his elbow with the decisiveness of someone who had decided to have a specific conversation and was going to have it before someone else did. She was tall, with dark hair pulled back, and the sharp eyes that had been visible across the chamber were sharper up close. "Lord Potter," she said. "Congratulations on the recognition." "Thank you," Harry said. "You're Claudia Ogden." "I am." "Your counter to Selwyn was precise." "Thank you for it." Something moved in her expression, the slight adjustment of someone recalibrating. "The counter was legally obvious," she said. Selwyn knew it was legally obvious. He was hoping the chamber wouldn't have the reference present. "He didn't account for you having it." "He accounts for me less than he should," she said, with the flat ease of someone who had made peace with this and was using it. She looked at him directly. "I was told there may be documentation relevant to the Ogden shareholding interests. I want to understand what that means." "There are contracts and business documents that establish the original share allocation for House Ogden in the distillery," Harry said. "They were secured from an attempt to destroy them. They establish a viable claim to the shareholding that was liquidated without authorization." He held her eyes. "I have no personal interest in the Ogden distillery. The shares and the claim belong to the Ogden seat, which is being held in proxy by Sirius, but the original family interest predates the proxy arrangement. If there is a surviving member of the Ogden line who has a more direct claim, there isn't," she said. "I'm the last collateral line. I don't carry the name because my grandmother married out, but the blood is there." A pause. "You're giving me the documents." "I'm telling you they exist," Harry said, "and that they can be made available through Gringotts. What you do with them is your business." She looked at him for a moment. Then she nodded, a single, precise acknowledgement. "I will be a useful vote," she said, which was direct enough to make Sirius glance sideways, "when you need one." "I appreciate that," Harry said. She left. The second person was a heavy-set man in aura red who Harry didn't immediately place until Sirius said quietly, "Kingsley Shacklebolt, Senior Auror, good man, worked with me before," and then the man was there with his hand out and an expression that was professional warmth, the kind that was real rather than performed. "Mr. Black," Shacklebolt said. "Good to see you standing up." "Better to be," Sirius agreed. They shook hands with the ease of people who had worked together, and Harry watched the quality of it, the specific warmth between people who had trusted each other in circumstances that tested trust. Shacklebolt looked at Harry. "Lord Potter. I'm aware that's a strange thing to say to a 6-year-old. I find a lot of things strange," Harry said. "It doesn't slow me down much." Shacklebolt smiled, a real one, wide and warm. "Bones has been running interference for the investigation since Monday," he said. "She's good at it. But some of the pressure she's getting is," he paused, choosing words, "significant. The people who've been comfortable under the current structure are not comfortable with the changes." "I know," Harry said. "Are they going to be a problem for her?" "That depends on whether the case moves quickly enough that the pressure stops being relevant," Shacklebolt said. "A slow investigation is an investigation that can be influenced. A fast one, we know," Harry said. "We're moving as fast as the evidence allows. Is there something specific you've seen that I should know about?" Shacklebolt glanced at Sirius, then back at Harry. He reached into his robe and produced a small folded note that he put directly into Harry's hand, not given, placed, with the particular discretion of a man who was used to passing information in corridors. "That is a list of 3 individuals who have been making inquiries about the investigation team's movements," he said. Quietly. "The kind of inquiry that isn't officially logged. I thought it might be relevant." Harry pocketed it. "Thank you." "Don't thank me," Shacklebolt said. "Just keep moving fast." He nodded to Sirius, and moved away, and was absorbed back into the corridor traffic. The third person was Cornelius Fudge. He came from the other direction and he had the expression of a man who had been thinking about something for 3 weeks and had finally committed to a specific approach, which was not the terrified retreat of the ministry corridor but something more careful, more prepared. He was still nervous. Harry could see the nervousness in the set of his mouth, but the nervousness had been contained and pointed. "Lord Potter," Fudge said. "A moment." "Mr. Fudge," Harry said. They stood in the corridor and the foot traffic moved around them. Sirius had gone very still in the way Harry recognized as aura stillness, the particular alertness of someone monitoring a situation. "I owe you an explanation," Fudge said, "for my visit to Dumbledore 3 weeks ago. I want you to understand that it was not, you went to see him the morning his accounts were frozen," Harry said. "Within 2 hours of the notification arriving. You were there for over an hour." "Yes." Fudge was meeting his eyes, which Harry noted as deliberate. He was showing Harry he was willing to be direct. "I went because he contacted me and I went because, at that point, I didn't fully understand the scope of what was being investigated, and he stopped. I have been, for several years, within his orbit. Not in the sense of, I have not done anything illegal. But I have benefited from his support and I have not always asked the right questions about why that support was given." Harry looked at him. He was assessing, in the way he'd been assessing everyone in this corridor and this chamber, not suspicion, not charity, but simply the honest attempt to see what was actually there. What he saw in Fudge was something more complicated than he'd expected. Not corrupt, not exactly. Comfortable. The specific moral complacency of someone who had convinced themselves that the good they were doing in their role outweighed the questions they weren't asking about how they'd gotten there. "What do you want, Mr. Fudge?" Harry said. Fudge was quiet for a moment. "I want you to know," he said carefully, "that when this investigation concludes, if it concludes the way the evidence suggests it will, I will not be an obstacle. I have not been courageous. I know that. But I am not in his pocket the way some people are, and I want you to know the difference." Harry thought about this. Do you know the 3 names on this list? He held up the folded note Shacklebolt had given him, without opening it. Fudge looked at it. I don't know what's on that list. Neither do I yet. But if any of the names on it are people you know have been making unofficial inquiries about the investigation team, and you know that and you don't tell Amelia Bones about it, then the distinction you're drawing between yourself and people who are in his pocket becomes considerably thinner. He held Fudge's eyes. Is that clear? Fudge looked at him. Something moved in his expression, not offense, not fear. The particular expression of someone having their own stated values held up in front of them in a way they hadn't quite expected and finding that the test was, in fact, fair. Yes, Fudge said. That's clear. Good. Harry put the note back in his pocket. I'll open it when I get somewhere quiet. If your name is on it, I'll know the conversation we just had was performance. If it isn't, then I'll take what you've said at face value and will proceed accordingly. Fudge nodded. He looked like a man who had come to a conversation expecting to manage it and had instead been managed, and who was, against his own expectations, finding this clarifying. He left. Harry turned to Sirius. Was that smart? Sirius said quietly. Telling him about the note? If his name is on it, no, Harry said. He'll warn whoever's on the list. If it isn't, then yes, I've given him a specific test he knows he's being watched on, and people perform better when the criteria are explicit. He paused. Also, I genuinely don't know if he's on it. I needed to see his face when I mentioned it. And? His reaction was genuine, Harry said. He doesn't know what's on it. Which means he's probably not on it. He took out the note and unfolded it. 3 names, in Shacklebolt's precise handwriting. None of them were Fudge. Sirius read over his shoulder. Selwyn, he said. Not surprising. The other 2, he stopped. One of them is on the Board of Governors. The 4-vote minority from the Wednesday meeting. Dumbledore's reach into Hogwarts governance, Harry said. Even from outside the castle. He folded the note and pocketed it again. I need to get this to Bones today. I'll take it, Sirius said. Her office is 3 floors up. You should talk to Claudia Ogden again about the shareholding documents while we're in the building. I was going to do that tomorrow. Do it today. While we have momentum. Sirius looked at him sideways. Also, I want to do something that feels useful. It's been 5 years. Harry looked at him. At the gray eyes, clear and present and ready in a way that 3 weeks of treatment and decent food and actual sleep had built back from the wreckage of Azkaban. Not fully back, that was going to take longer, and Harry knew Sirius knew it too, but enough. Enough to stand in this corridor and read a list and want to move. 3rd floor, Shacklebolt said her office was, Harry said. Right. Sirius straightened his robes. An hour. Meet back at the atrium fountain. He went. Harry went to find Claudia Ogden. The afternoon session of the Wisengamot was not something Harry had originally planned to attend. The morning had been his, the claims, the proxy, the formal recognition, and the afternoon was routine business that didn't require his presence. But he was in the building and Goldclaw was in a meeting and he found himself, shortly after 3 o'clock, seated in the public gallery above the chamber for a session he hadn't been briefed on. He wasn't there because he'd been summoned. He was there because 3 members of the session were on the note Shacklebolt had given him and he wanted to see how they behaved in an official setting the same afternoon they'd been identified. He sat in the back row of the gallery. He had been there for about 12 minutes when he became aware of a presence in the gallery that hadn't been there before. Someone had taken the seat 2 rows down and to his left. He felt it rather than saw it, the same way he'd always felt things at the periphery of his attention, and when he glanced over he understood immediately why the feeling had the quality it did. Albus Dumbledore looked older than Harry had expected. He didn't know what he'd built up in his mind, from 3 weeks of documentation and testimony and everything that had been said about the man. Something more imposing, perhaps. Something with more of the institutional mass that his name carried. But what sat in the gallery 2 rows down was a man in his mid-80s who looked tired in the way of someone who had carried something enormous for a very long time and had recently been required to set it down and was finding the absence of it disorienting. He was wearing plain robes, no headmaster's authority, no chief warlock chain. He had half-moon spectacles and a white beard and blue eyes that were, Harry observed, watching the chamber below with the expression of someone who had sat in the seat below for decades and was now in the gallery, and knew the difference. He looked up. His blue eyes met Harry's green ones. They looked at each other across 2 rows of empty gallery seats. Harry didn't look away. He didn't move. He just held the man's gaze with the straightforward attention of someone who had nothing to hide and nothing to perform and no interest in pretending the situation was other than what it was. Dumbledore stood and moved along the gallery row and came up the steps to Harry's row and sat, not immediately beside him but 2 seats away, in the particular way of someone choosing a distance that was close enough to speak quietly and far enough to be non-threatening. "Harry," he said. "Dumbledore," Harry said. A pause. Below them, the afternoon session continued. "I had hoped to speak with you before all of this became so," Dumbledore stopped. "I had hoped for a different kind of first conversation." "What kind were you hoping for?" Harry said. "Something more appropriate. You are 6 years old, and you have been," he paused again. "I want you to know that I am aware the choices I made caused you harm. I am aware of that." Harry looked at him. He'd thought, sometimes, in the last 3 weeks, about what he would feel when this moment arrived. He'd expected something more reactive, anger, or the cold version of it. What he actually felt was something calmer and less dramatic than that, clarity. The clarity of a person looking at a thing for what it actually was, without the distortion of either fear or excessive emotion. "I know you're aware," Harry said. "You're not someone who doesn't understand consequences. The question isn't whether you know you caused harm. The question is what you told yourself about why it was necessary." Something moved in Dumbledore's expression, brief and deep and genuinely surprised, the expression of a man who had prepared for several versions of this conversation and had not prepared for this particular one. "I told myself," he said slowly, "that I was protecting you. And the wizarding world." "From what?" "From a threat that is not yet resolved," Dumbledore said carefully. "Voldemort is not gone. He was defeated, yes, but not destroyed," Harry said. A pause. "No. Not destroyed. And you believe there's a piece of him attached to me," Harry said. "You've believed this since 1983, based on research conducted through contacts in the Department of Mysteries, which you accessed via an arrangement with Lucius Malfoy." He held the blue eyes. "The document detailing this is currently part of the criminal case file in the DMLE." The surprise in Dumbledore's expression deepened. Then something else replaced it, something Harry read as genuine, a man reassessing the ground beneath him. "You know about the Horcrux theory," Dumbledore said. "Horcrux," Harry said. "Is that what the soul fragments are called?" "Yes." Dumbledore looked at him steadily. "Then you understand why I believed what I believed. About what would ultimately be necessary." "I understand what you believed was necessary," Harry said. "What I don't agree with is that you had the right to make that decision. For me. Without telling me. While simultaneously stealing my family's money and suppressing my magic and putting my godfather in prison without a trial." He looked at the man. "You couldn't have just told me? When I was old enough to understand it? You couldn't have raised me knowing what I came from and what might be coming, and let me decide how I wanted to face it? The compliance matrix was to keep me controllable," Harry said. "Not safe. Controllable. That's what the document says, in your words. You wanted a weapon you could aim, not a person who would make their own choices." He kept his voice level. I understand the logic. I think the logic is wrong. I think you made yourself so central to your own plan that you couldn't see that the plan didn't require me to be diminished. It required me to be whole. Dumbledore was very quiet. The Horcrux question, Harry said, is being addressed. A Gringotts specialist is conducting a soul diagnostic. If there's a fragment, we'll know, and we'll handle it. He paused. Without sacrificing me to do it, because I'm fairly confident that's not actually required, and I'm also not willing. There are theories, Dumbledore said carefully, that suggest the removal would require my death, Harry said. I know. I've read the theory. I've also commissioned a Gringotts cursebreaker to research alternatives, and I'm told the alternatives are promising. He looked at Dumbledore. You didn't commission an alternative. You found the most dramatic solution and you built your entire plan around it. Something settled in Dumbledore's expression, a kind of honesty that was clearly effortful, the honesty of a man who had not often been required to look at himself from the outside and was finding the experience uncomfortable. I have made mistakes, he said. Grievous ones. I want you to know that you're going to face a criminal investigation, Harry said. You know that. Amelia Bones is thorough and the case is complete and I don't think anything changes that at this point. He looked at the chamber below, the Wizengamot at work, the institution moving without its longtime architect. What I'm telling you now, in this gallery, is not for the case. The case is the case. What I'm telling you is personal, because you seem like you want this to be personal, and I can give you that. He looked back at the man. I don't hate you. I want to be precise about that. I'm not interested in your destruction as a personal outcome. What I'm interested in is that the things you took are returned, that the systems you compromised are repaired, and that the people you hurt, my godfather, my family's legacy, anyone else in the path of this, have what's owed to them. And you? Dumbledore said. What do you want for yourself? Harry thought about this. To be full-sized, he said. It was his father's phrase, from his father's will, and Dumbledore wouldn't know that, but it didn't matter. It was the right phrase. It meant what it meant. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. In the chamber below them a debate had started about something procedural, voices rising and falling with the specific rhythm of institutional disagreement. The afternoon light came through the high windows of the gallery and made the old man look older and also, somehow, more real, the way people looked more real when you stripped away the role they'd been playing. I think, Dumbledore said quietly, that you would have been remarkable. If I had, he stopped. I know, Harry said. I think so too. He stood. Smoothed his jacket. Looked down at the man sitting in the gallery of the chamber he'd presided over for decades. Your solicitor should be talking to Bones, Harry said. Cooperation at this stage is the difference between an outcome that is hard and an outcome that is considerably worse. He picked up his notebook from the seat beside him. That's not a threat. It's the law, and you know the law better than almost anyone. A pause. Goodbye, Professor. He went down the gallery steps and out the door into the corridor and stood for a moment in the relative quiet, with the hum in his chest steady and certain, and let himself feel the size of the room he'd just been in. Not triumph. Not victory. Something more complicated and more honest than those, the feeling of having said what was true to the person it most needed to be said to, and of having said it without flinching and without cruelty, which were both things he'd needed to do and which he'd managed. He stood there for about 30 seconds. Then he went to find Sirius at the fountain. Sirius was at the fountain in the atrium, sitting on its low stone rim, eating a meat pasty from a paper bag with the focused appreciation of someone whose relationship with food was still in its restoration phase. He looked up when Harry came down the main staircase. How'd it go with Ogden? Harry asked. She's interested. She wants the documents by Friday. He looked at Harry more carefully. What happened? I talked to Dumbledore, Harry said. Sirius put the pasty down. Where? Gallery. He came to find me. Harry sat beside him on the fountain rim. I said what needed to be said. He's going to cooperate with Bones. I think. You think? He's intelligent enough to know what cooperation buys him and what non-cooperation costs. He'll cooperate. He looked at the fountain, the golden statues, wizard and witch and centaur and goblin and house elf, gleaming in the atrium light. He thought about what the sculpture said about who the wizarding world thought was central and who was peripheral and how that was related to every other structure they'd been dismantling for 3 weeks. Did you know, he said, that the goblin and the house elf at the bottom of this fountain are designed to be looking upward? Toward the humans? Sirius looked at the fountain. I never noticed that before. I noticed it when we came in this morning. Harry looked at it. That's going to need to change. Not today. But eventually. Sirius looked at him sideways. How far ahead are you planning, exactly? Far enough, Harry said. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he picked up his pasty again and offered the bag to Harry. Eat something, he said. You've been going since 7 this morning. Harry took a pasty from the bag. It was still warm. They sat on the fountain rim in the busy hum of the ministry atrium and ate, and around them the institution moved in its daily rhythms, filing and meeting and arguing and processing, and somewhere upstairs a gallery had a conversation in it that was going to matter, and in 3 floors up an office Amelia Bones was reading the notes Sirius had delivered, and in Paris and Zurich certain accounts were being quietly monitored, and in a Gringotts research room a cursebreaker was working through the soul magic theory with the particular focused intelligence of someone who had found an interesting problem. Harry ate his pasty and thought about the next 2 weeks. The soul diagnostic first. If the Horcrux theory was confirmed, they needed the removal method researched and tested before Dumbledore or anyone else could try to use its existence as leverage. Gringotts had 3 staff who specialized in curse and soul work, and Bill Weasley had confirmed, via 3 increasingly detailed letters over the past 2 weeks, that the alternatives to the standard theory were not only theoretically possible but practically achievable. The criminal case. Bones would present to the full magistrate panel within the month. The case was strong enough that cooperation was not required for conviction, but cooperation changed the shape of the outcome, made it cleaner, made it less about one man being destroyed and more about a system being corrected, which was the outcome Harry actually wanted. The seats. Sirius was proxy for 8 houses now, which meant 8 votes in a chamber that had been running on 20 captive votes for years. Add Claudia Ogden, who was her own vote and now, apparently, an ally. Add Bones's political weight, which was substantial. Add the members who had been watching and waiting for the structure to shift before they moved. There were always those members, in any institution, and Harry had 3 weeks of briefings that told him exactly who they were. The structure was shifting. And the Horcrux. He thought about what Dumbledore had said. The removal would require, and he'd stopped himself from finishing. Harry had finished it for him, his death. The solution Dumbledore had been building toward, patiently and with absolute conviction, was the death of the person he'd spent 25 years positioning as his most important piece. Harry chewed his pasty and thought about this without fear, which was a choice rather than a feeling. He had made the decision not to be afraid of it before he understood it fully, because fear would make him smaller and he was done with small. Bill Weasley had written, in the most recent letter, the theory that a soul fragment can be expelled rather than destroyed with the vessel is not new. It predates the standard scholarship by 4 centuries. The reason it's not taught is that it requires a level of control and power that most practitioners don't have, and the standard scholars dismissed it as theoretical. But the theoretical basis is sound, and I think the practical method is something I can work out with sufficient time. Harry had written back, how much time? Weasley had written, 6 weeks if I work on nothing else. Harry had written to Goldclaw the same afternoon, arrange for Bill Weasley to work on nothing else. He had 6 weeks. He took the last bite of his pasty, crumpled the paper bag, and dropped it in the bin beside the fountain. Ready, he said. Sirius balled up his own bag. Where are we going? Back to the safe house. I have 3 letters to write and I need Goldclaw's files for them. He stood. And tomorrow I want to go to Diagon Alley properly. Not through the service entrance. Sirius looked at him. You've been living in the alley for 3 weeks and you've been going through the service entrance? It was sensible, initially. It was, Sirius agreed. And now? Now, Harry said, there's no particular reason to. Sirius stood, straightened his robes, and looked at Harry with the grey eyes and the expression he'd been developing over the past 2 weeks, the one that had James in it but also something specifically its own, the expression of a man rebuilding his relationship with the concept of things being, sometimes, okay. Then we go through the front, he said. Yes, Harry said. They walked toward the atrium exit, and the golden fountain threw its light on the floor, and the ministry moved around them, and Harry Potter walked through it like someone who knew exactly where he was and exactly where he was going, which was not a performance and was not confidence performed for an audience. It was simply what he was, unbound. Chapter 6, The Greater Good. 6 weeks was not a long time. Harry had spent enough of his life waiting, for meals, for permission, for the specific ambient permission of existing in a house where your existence was tolerated rather than wanted, that he understood the difference between waiting that diminished you and waiting that you used. 6 weeks was the second kind. He filed it as working time and he worked. The soul diagnostic came first. Bill Weasley arrived at the Gringotts research suite on a Monday morning 3 weeks after the Wisengamot session, and Harry's first impression of him was of someone who did not look like anyone's idea of the most gifted cursebreaker of his generation. He was tall and young, early 20s, with red hair tied back and a dragon-hide jacket with a tear in the left shoulder that hadn't been repaired and an earring that caught the light when he moved. He shook Harry's hand the way people shook hands when they were thinking about something else, which Harry recognized as the handshake of someone whose brain was already in the work. I've been reading the Horcrux Scholarship, Weasley said, before he'd fully sat down at the research table. The Standard Theory, the Borgin Papers, the Department of Mysteries redacted files that Goldclaw managed to get declassified in the last week, impressive, by the way, he added in Goldclaw's direction, and she inclined her head with the expression of someone who had done something difficult and was acknowledging the acknowledgement. The expulsion method has a name, actually. Pre-standard scholarship calls it the excoriation, not in the painful sense, in the etymological sense of drawing out from the core. It's documented in a Le Fay manuscript from the 13th century. Harry looked at him. I have the Le Fay vault. I know. Goldclaw gave me access to the archive. The manuscript is in there, 40 pages of dense Latin with marginalia in 3 different hands. I've spent the last week translating it. Weasley pushed a set of parchment pages across the table. Short version, the fragment can be drawn out of the host without destroying the host, but it requires 2 things. First, the host's own magical core has to be strong enough to essentially eject the fragment, think of it like an immune response. The core recognizes the foreign piece and pushes it out. Second, there has to be an anchor, something external, a prepared object, that the fragment is drawn into when it leaves. If you don't have the anchor, the fragment disperses and potentially finds another host. If you do, he shrugged. It's contained. Neutralized. What kind of anchor? Harry said. Something with a strong counter-signature. The Le Fay manuscript is specific, it needs to be an object with an existing enchantment that's antithetical to the fragment's nature. Something created for protection or preservation rather than harm. He looked at Harry. You happen to have 8 vaults full of artifacts with historical magical signatures. I think we can find something. And the magical core strength, Harry said. Is mine sufficient? Weasley looked at him with the slightly awkward expression of someone about to say something that sounded like flattery but wasn't. Your core is, the reading I did before today, from the tribunal documentation, it's in the 97th percentile for natural strength. With the suppression removed and 3 weeks of normal use, he paused. Honestly? Yes. If anything, the fact that it's been suppressed for 6 years and has had almost no depletion means it's at full capacity in a way that older wizards' cores typically aren't. You're basically at maximum. He paused again. At 6 years old. Which is useful, Harry said. Extremely, Weasley agreed, with the tone of someone who had stopped being surprised by this situation and was simply doing the work. Right. The diagnostic first. I need to confirm the fragment is actually there before we do anything else. The diagnostic took 40 minutes and involved Weasley moving around Harry with an instrument that looked like a compass crossed with a tuning fork, taking readings at intervals and noting them on his parchment with the focused shorthand of someone who thought in specialized notation. Harry sat still for it. He was very good at sitting still. He used the time to read the translated sections of the Le Fay manuscript that Weasley had left on the table. His mother had owned this text. Or would have, if things had been different. The vault was hers through the Ravenclaw Evans line, the magical inheritance that had surfaced in a Muggle family and produced a witch good enough and strong enough to leave traces in a document 800 years old. He felt this about her in the margins of the work in a way he couldn't fully articulate. The person who had died saving him had been someone who would have understood this manuscript. Who would have found it interesting. He filed this carefully. Not for later, he didn't have a later drawer for his parents, not yet. Just somewhere. Confirmed, Weasley said, and his voice was measured in the specific way of someone delivering bad news with precision so it could be used rather than feared. There's a fragment. It's located, he checked his reading. Anterior, slightly left of center. Associated with the scar, which makes sense given the entry point of the rebounded curse. He set the instrument down and looked at Harry directly. It's not integrated. I want to be clear about that. It's in there but it's not you, it doesn't share your core, it's more like something that caught on you when the curse hit, the way a burr catches on fabric. Which is actually consistent with the Le Fay expulsion theory, because the theory only works if the fragment is genuinely separate. So it can be done, Harry said. It can be done, Weasley confirmed. I need the anchor. And I need a controlled environment, not because the process is dangerous, but because the moment the fragment is expelled it's going to look for somewhere to go, and I don't want it going somewhere unhelpful. How long to find the anchor? Weasley looked at Goldclaw. The Vault Archive, the artifact list from the Le Fay and Potter holdings. Can I have full access? You have it, Goldclaw said. Then 2 days, Weasley said. Maybe 3. Take the 3, Harry said. Do it right. The anchor, when Weasley found it, was a small clay disc from the Le Fay vault, no bigger than a coat button and completely unassuming, that had been catalogued in 1923 as a preservation talisman, purpose unclear, and had been sitting in a velvet tray in the corner of the vault undisturbed since. Its magical signature, Weasley explained with the excitement of someone who had found exactly the thing he was looking for, was a variant of the Stabilitas enchantment, a deep preservation working designed to hold something exactly as it was, preventing change or decay. Antithetical to a fragment of soul magic associated with destruction and malice, he said. It's almost too perfect. It's from Morgan Le Fay's personal collection, Goldclaw said. She was thorough. She was extraordinary, Weasley said, and turned the disc over in his hands with the reverence of a person holding something that had been waiting for exactly this use for 800 years. The procedure happened on a Thursday morning in the deep quiet of the third sub-level of Gringotts, in a room that the goblins used for sensitive magical work, stone, clean, the same shadowless lanterns, a low chair for Harry and a wide preparation table for Weasley and his instruments, and Goldclaw at the wall with her ledger as though documenting a vault audit, which, Harry thought, was in a sense exactly what this was. Sirius was also there. He'd asked, quietly, the night before, "Can I be there?" and Harry had said yes without hesitation, and Sirius had shown up Thursday morning with a look on his face that was trying to be professional and competent and was doing a reasonable job of it except for the part where it was obviously a person caring very much about something. Harry sat in the chair and Weasley set up the instruments and placed the clay disc on the table in front of Harry at the measured distance the manuscript specified. He explained the process one more time, not because Harry didn't know it but because Weasley was the kind of person who went through procedures aloud as much for his own benefit as for anyone else's, confirming the sequence as he stated it. "Your core does the work," Weasley said. "The manuscript is clear about this. I can create the conditions and I can hold the anchor ready, but the actual expulsion comes from you. What you need to do is, feel for the fragment. It should be distinct from your core. Cooler, the text says. Less yours. When you find it, don't push. The text specifically says not to push because that can cause the fragment to contract. Instead, you expand your core outward, and the foreign element displaces naturally. Like exhaling, you don't force air out, you just make more room." Harry nodded. He thought about the hum in his chest. His, truly his, unblocked for 6 weeks now and more present every day, more fully his own. He turned his attention inward the way he'd been practicing since the binding removal, not a new skill. He'd always been able to feel the shape of his magic, it was just that now the shape was complete and available and not compressed into a fraction of itself. He found the fragment immediately. Weasley was right about the temperature. It was cooler than the rest, not cold, exactly, but distinct, the way a stone in a stream was distinct from the water around it. It had a quality he could only describe as not his, not wrong, not painful, just clearly not the same substance as everything surrounding it. He'd been carrying it for as long as he had memory and he'd never known what it was, and now that he knew, the knowledge of it changed how it felt. Not scarier. More manageable. He expanded. It was like breathing. Like the biggest breath he'd ever taken, filling every part of a space he hadn't known was his to fill, and the fragment, he felt it shift, and then it was moving, and then it was gone, and there was a sound in the room that Weasley later described as a sharp crack like a snapped branch, and the clay disc on the table went from cream-colored to deep black in the span of a heartbeat, and then went still. The room was quiet. Harry sat in the chair and breathed and felt the place where the fragment had been, now genuinely empty, genuinely his, all of it, nothing there that wasn't him. The hum in his chest was, if possible, even more itself than it had been a moment ago, the way a room felt bigger when the last piece of unnecessary furniture was removed. "Done," Weasley said, very quietly. He was looking at the disc with an expression that was equal parts professional satisfaction and genuine wonder. It worked. It's in the disc. He picked it up carefully with a pair of insulated tongs and placed it in a lead-lined case that clicked shut. "We'll need to destroy this properly, deep vault containment first, then a controlled destruction when we've confirmed the fragment hasn't found a way to interact with the containment." "How long does that take?" Harry said. 2 weeks to be certain. Then we incinerate the disc." Weasley looked at Harry. "How do you feel?" Harry thought about how he felt. "Complete," he said. Weasley nodded, like this was the expected answer and he was glad to hear it. Behind Harry, Sirius exhaled, the specific exhale of someone who had been holding their breath for considerably longer than the procedure, possibly for several weeks. "Right," Sirius said. His voice was slightly rough. "Good. That's right. Good." Harry turned around and looked at his godfather, who was standing against the wall with his arms crossed and his face doing several things simultaneously, and Harry stood up from the chair and went to him and stood close without saying anything, because sometimes the thing you needed was just proximity and not words. And Sirius seemed to understand this and uncrossed his arms and put one of them around Harry's shoulders and they stood there for a moment in the deep quiet of the sublevel. While Weasley methodically packed up his instruments. "It's done," Harry said. "Yeah," Sirius said. "He can't use it as leverage now." "No. And Voldemort's, whatever that was, whatever was left of him, it's contained." "Yes." Sirius's arm tightened briefly around his shoulders. Yes, it is. The criminal case went to the magistrate panel on a Tuesday. Amelia Bones presented for 6 hours. Harry wasn't in the room for the presentation, closed proceedings, as the initial filing had been, but he was 3 floors below in the ministry canteen with Sirius and Goldclaw and a pot of tea and the specific quality of patient attention that you brought to waiting when you knew the thing you were waiting for was already done and it was only the official process that needed to catch up. The case was, as Bones had told Harry privately 2 days before, overwhelming. The vault transaction records. The blood test documentation. The binding signatures. The Narcissa Malfoy addendum with Dumbledore's own written reasoning. The financial forensics on the proxy accounts. The Sirius Black arrest documentation and the timeline connecting it to Dumbledore's Wizengamot speech. The forged ministerial seals. The Hogwarts Financial Improvement Fund audit, which had turned up, in addition to the 4 million galleons, a series of payments for things that had no correlation with school expenses and every correlation with the personal research program that Narcissa's document had outlined. 47 pages plus addenda plus 3 weeks of additional investigation. Clean. Complete. Internally consistent. Bones had also, Harry knew, done something she hadn't advertised. She'd contacted, through secure channels, 4 of the Wizengamot members who had been in Dumbledore's orbit and offered them what she privately called the early window, the opportunity to provide voluntary testimony about the nature of their relationship with Dumbledore's political operations in exchange for consideration in any subsequent proceedings. 2 of them had taken it. The testimony they'd provided had added 3 additional financial threads to the already dense forensic picture. She hadn't needed them. But she'd wanted the picture to be not just accurate but undeniable in the specific way that meant no one could look at it and find a legitimate path to a different interpretation. Harry ate his lunch and waited. At 4:15, Goldclaw's institutional communications charm pulsed and she looked at the small rune-carved stone she carried for the purpose and set it down on the table. "The magistrate panel has returned findings," she said. "The case is accepted. Formal charges have been filed. The arraignment is scheduled for Friday." Harry nodded. "All charges?" Sirius said. 14 counts of unauthorized vault access with intent to permanently deprive. 4 counts of illegal magical binding of a protected minor. 3 counts of forgery of ministerial documentation. 2 counts of fraud by false representation to the Wizengamot. 1 count of conspiracy in the unlawful imprisonment of a magical person. Goldclaw read from the stone, then set it back on the table. And 1 count the magistrates added independently, based on the sole fragment documentation, criminal endangerment of a protected minor with reckless disregard for life. Sirius stared at the table. 14 counts of vault access alone, Harry said. That's the financial case. Does it cover all 8 families? All 8. The Gryffindor and Peveril accounts carry double weight under ancient vault law. Goldclaw folded her hands. The total financial reparation ordered by the panel, preliminary, subject to final adjudication, is 31,400,000 galleons, inclusive of interest, punitive damages, and the Lefay account's augmented rate. 31 million galleons. Harry thought about a clipboard under the stairs. About leftover ham sandwiches and the particular sound of a house where 3 people existed and 1 was only technically present. About a hum in his chest that had been compressed to a fraction of itself for 6 years. He thought about his father's handwriting. "Good," he said. "What happens to the Hogwarts position?" "The Board of Governors will meet Thursday," Goldclaw said. "The formal criminal charges trigger an automatic review clause in the headmaster's contract. Given the administrative leave already in place and the charges filed," she paused. "It is expected they will vote for permanent removal." "McGonagall," Harry said. "The deputy. Is she ready?" "According to our contacts on the board, she has been running the school from the deputy position since the leave was granted and the transition has been," Goldclaw allowed something that was close to warmth. Her word, apparently, was unremarkable, by which she meant smooth. That sounds right for her, Sirius said. He'd recovered from the moment of stillness over the charges and was back to the present. Minerva McGonagall could run a country and describe it as unremarkable. It's a compliment to the quality of her management. Harry smiled. He'd read about McGonagall in the Hogwarts histories he'd gotten from the Vault Archive, and he had a definite appreciation for someone who had clearly spent decades being competent inside a structure that was managed by someone else and who had, apparently, handled that with both loyalty and a sharp enough internal compass to know where the line was. She'll be good, Harry said. She'll be excellent, Sirius said. She was always excellent. She was also, he stopped. She'll be angry. When she understands the full scope of it. She trusted him too, for a long time. Most people did, Harry said. Yes. A pause. That's the bit that's hard to hold. Not just what he did, but how many good people were in proximity to it and didn't see it. Because he was so, Sirius looked for the word. Convincing. About himself. About his own goodness. He believed it, Harry said. That's the thing. He wasn't performing goodness. He genuinely believed that what he was doing was right, that his version of right was sufficiently correct to justify the methods. Which made him much more persuasive than someone who knew they were doing wrong and chose it anyway. Sirius looked at him. That's a complicated position to hold about someone who put a binding on you when you were 14 months old. It is, Harry said. But it's the accurate one. He picked up his tea. Being accurate about someone isn't the same as forgiving them. And it isn't the same as letting them escape consequences. It's just, seeing clearly. Which is what he never quite managed to do, about himself. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, when did you get to be this? He stopped. This what? This settled. About all of it. Harry thought about it honestly. I don't know if settled is the right word, he said. I think I've always been this way. I think it was there before the bindings were removed, it was just compressed into a space where it couldn't do much. Like the magic. He looked at the table. The things that happened to me, Privet Drive, the bindings, all of it, they were trying to make me a certain kind of person. They didn't work. I'm not angry about being what I am instead. I'm just, he paused. Continuing. Sirius looked at him for a long time. Then he nodded, once, slowly, with the expression of someone settling something internally. Okay, he said. Okay. He reached across the table and picked up the last biscuit from the plate. Friday, then. Friday, Harry said. The arraignment was not public. Harry had requested this, through Bones, not because he wanted to hide from the proceedings but because a public arraignment would turn it into something theatrical, and theater was not what he wanted the case to be. He wanted it to be legal. Precise. Correct. He wanted the outcome to derive from evidence and process rather than from the spectacle of a famous old man standing in a public dock while the wizarding world watched. Dumbledore had cooperated with the case. His solicitor had been in contact with Bones's office since the week of the Wisengamot session, and the cooperation had been genuine, not guilty plea cooperation, not quite, but the kind of full and honest accounting that a man gave when he had decided that the accounting was right, that it was what the situation required, and that his own pride was not a sufficient reason to withhold it. He had provided documentation that confirmed several of the case's threads. He had answered questions under magical verification that he hadn't been legally required to answer. Harry respected this, privately and without making it public. He thought it was the best version of Dumbledore that the situation allowed, and he didn't discount it. But the arraignment was still necessary and still happened, in a closed magistrate chamber on a Friday morning with 4 people from the DMLE, 3 solicitors, the panel magistrates, Amelia Bones, and Albus Dumbledore. Harry sat in the gallery above the closed chamber, one of the administrative galleries used by court recorders, which Bones had cleared for him specifically so he could be present without being visible in the formal proceedings. Goldclaw sat beside him. Sirius was in the waiting corridor because they'd agreed that his presence in the gallery, given his history with Dumbledore, would be a distraction from the thing needing to happen rather than a support to it. Harry watched. Dumbledore stood at the arraignment position, not a dock, this chamber didn't have one, just a designated floor area, and listened to each charge read by the presiding magistrate and entered pleas that his solicitor had negotiated with Bones, guilty on 11 counts, not guilty on 3 where the evidence was genuinely ambiguous about intent versus action. This was the shape that a real legal process had rather than a theatrical one, not total capitulation, not defiance, but the honest meeting of evidence with acknowledgement. When the charges were complete and the pleas entered, the presiding magistrate asked if the defendant wished to make a statement. Dumbledore looked up from where his eyes had been resting, somewhere in the middle distance during the proceedings, and looked at the magistrate with the tired blue eyes. "I do," he said. He spoke for 10 minutes. Harry listened from the gallery above. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't reframe. He had clearly made a decision, or had the decision made for him by the process of full accounting that his cooperation had required, that the version of himself who made excuses was not the version he wanted to close with. He acknowledged the vault theft. He acknowledged the bindings. He acknowledged the guardianship manipulation and the Sirius Black situation. His voice caught, briefly, on that one, and then steadied, and he acknowledged, in the careful language of a man choosing each word with full deliberation, that his belief in his own judgment had become a mechanism for doing harm that he had constructed convincing reasons not to see. "I have spent a very long time," he said, "believing that the difficulty of the choices I made was itself evidence of their necessity. That if a choice was hard and I made it anyway, the hardness validated the making." He was quiet for a moment. "I understand now that this is a means of self-deception that requires no particular courage to maintain. The courage, I think, is in acknowledging that difficult choices are not automatically correct ones, and that the person bearing the cost of the difficulty is rarely the person making the choice." The chamber was very still. Harry sat in the gallery with his hands flat on the wooden rail in front of him and looked at the old man below and felt the full weight of the thing, not relief, not closure, not anything that came packaged with a neat name. Something rawer and more honest than that. The weight of years and decisions and a life shaped around someone else's architecture, and the equal weight of having dismantled that architecture piece by piece in 6 weeks at age 6, and the specific human complexity of the person who'd built the architecture being, in the end, capable of saying so. He stayed in the gallery until the session ended. He was the last one out. The reparations began processing through Gringotts the following Monday. 31 million galleons, distributed across the 8 restored vaults with the precision of an institution that had been waiting to perform this specific act of restitution for weeks. Harry had, in a conversation with Ragnarok that he would later remember as one of the most satisfying he'd had through all of it, agreed to a specific allocation, the bulk returned to its proper vaults, a designated portion set aside for the Black family restoration. Sirius had declined personal financial reparations but had accepted a restoration of the family vault that Dumbledore had accessed through the proxy accounts, and a smaller fund established specifically for something Harry had been thinking about since his second night in the safe house. He called it the Orphan Accountability Fund. It was an independent trust, administered by a 3-person board that included Amelia Bones and Claudia Ogden and a goblin from the tribunal, and its purpose was to create a review mechanism for every case of underage magical being placed outside the standard wizarding foster network in the past 20 years, to check for the same pattern of issues that Harry's case had exhibited: suppression charms, asset irregularities, fraudulent guardianship authorizations. He had, through Goldclaw, identified 6 cases in the preliminary scan that needed review. He'd started with 6. He expected the final number to be larger. "You could have kept all of it," Sirius said, the morning the allocation was finalized, sitting across from Harry at the desk in the safe house that had become, over the 6 weeks, something more like home. Not because anything about it had changed, it was still the same rooms, the same bookshelves, the mismatched furniture, but because home was less about the space and more about who was in it, and Sirius had been in it most mornings with tea and the Daily Prophet and the gradually expanding ease of someone growing back into the habit of being present in the world. "I know," Harry said. "Most people in your position would have." "Most people in my position wouldn't have gotten here in 6 weeks, Harry said, which was not arrogance, just arithmetic. "I'm 6 years old and I have more money than I will ever need. The extra 30 million isn't going to make my life materially different. It might make 6 other children's lives substantially different." Sirius looked at him. "You know what James would have said." "What?" "He would have said something like, 'Obviously, that's clearly the right thing, I was just checking you'd thought it through.'" Harry smiled. Had he thought it through or was he just pretending? "Usually both," Sirius said. He liked to appear as though things were obvious when they weren't. He worked very hard to make things look effortless. He picked up his tea. "You're different, that way. You don't bother with the effortless appearance." "It takes time," Harry said. "I don't have the time to spare." "You're 6 years old. You have enormous amounts of time. I have the Wisengamot, the criminal case proceedings, the artifact recovery, the Horcrux containment to monitor for 2 more weeks, and the Ogden shareholding documentation to finalize with Claudia. I also have to start learning to read with a wand because Goldclaw mentioned something about wandless magic being less efficient for sustained spell work and she's right." He looked at his notebook. "Also you've been trying to teach me to fly on a broomstick every Saturday morning for 4 weeks and I'm still wobbling." "You're not wobbling," Sirius said. "You're hovering very deliberately. It's the same thing with better framing." Sirius laughed, and it was the full version of the laugh now, not the rusty thing from the hearing room but the real one, the one that had warmth in it and ease and the specific quality of someone who had been funny for their whole life and was simply getting back to it. It came easily now, most days. Some days it didn't, and Harry had learned to recognize those days and to be present for them in the way that meant being nearby and not requiring anything, which was a skill he'd developed on Privet Drive for entirely different reasons and which turned out to be equally useful in an entirely different context. They were figuring it out. Both of them. 2 weeks after the arraignment, Dumbledore's sentencing was scheduled. 3 weeks after that, Bill Weasley certified the Horcrux containment as complete and the clay disc was destroyed in a controlled incineration in the Gringotts deep vault, and there was nothing left of Voldemort in the world except scattered fragments of a movement that had collapsed and a name that people still flinched at and a question about whether he would ever return that Harry filed under possible, manageable, not today's problem. The sentencing hearing was formal and final and Harry attended in the gallery again. The magistrate panel handed down a sentence of 7 years under magical restriction, not Azkaban, because the cooperation and the full accounting and Bones's own recommendation against Azkaban had shaped the outcome, and also because whatever Harry felt about Dumbledore, he didn't think Azkaban was justice, he thought Azkaban was destruction and those were different things. Magical restriction meant no wand use, no access to institutional positions, no political activity. It was the largest such restriction ever imposed in Britain. It also meant Dumbledore could live. Could read. Could think. Could spend 7 years being present with what he'd done in a way that was different from Azkaban's erasure of the capacity to be present with anything. Harry thought this was, probably, the worst punishment. After the hearing he sat in the gallery for a while after everyone else had left, in the empty stone chamber with the magistrate's bench vacant and the afternoon light coming down through the high windows. He sat and thought and let things settle the way sediment settled in water when you stopped disturbing it. He was 6 years old. 7 in, he checked, 4 weeks. He had 8 house seats held in proxy by his godfather, who was doing well and getting better and who had, last Thursday, managed to beat Harry in a game of wizard chess for the first time, which Harry had accepted with perfect grace and zero visible displeasure. He had 12 houses of restored assets and the beginning of a legal infrastructure he'd been building block by block. He had Amelia Bones as an ally and Claudia Ogden as a vote and Kingsley Shacklebolt as someone who knew how things worked in the DMLE and was disposed to let Harry know when they were working against him. He had a Gringotts bank on his side in a way that no other wizard in history had probably had it. He had the Cloak of Invisibility, which had been recovered from Dumbledore's possessions during the evidence collection phase and which Goldclaw had delivered to the safe house in a flat parcel that Harry had opened alone, sitting on his bed, and held up in the lamplight. It was exactly as the photograph had shown, moving, silver-gray, extraordinary in a way that was quiet rather than loud, and it fit him perfectly, which he supposed was the point. He had the ring in deep vault containment, now just a ring, the resurrection stone inert after its role as Horcrux anchor. He'd looked at it once, through the vault case, and thought about what the legend said it could do and about his parents and about how much he didn't know about them, and had then closed the case and left it in the vault, because some things needed more time and this was one of them. He had Sirius. He sat in the empty gallery and felt the completeness of that, the specific weight and warmth of it, and let himself be 6 years old for a moment in a way he hadn't often allowed. Not strategic, not planning, not working. Just sitting with what was, which was more than it had been 6 weeks ago and was, he thought, the beginning of something that was going to continue getting larger. His father's voice in the handwriting, "Don't let anyone make him small." He stood up. He walked down the gallery steps and into the corridor and along the corridor and into the atrium, and the gold fountain was doing what it always did and the ministry was moving in its rhythms, and Sirius was waiting by the main entrance in his good robes with his hands in his pockets and a look on his face that was just glad, simply and without complication glad, which was the face of someone choosing to be where they were. "Done?" Sirius said. "Done," Harry said. "Proper done or, proper done," Harry said. "For now." Sirius looked at him. "For now," he repeated, and there was something knowing in it, the acknowledgement that for now was honest, that there was more coming, that Voldemort's absence was conditional and the wizarding world's structural problems were longer than 6 weeks and that Harry Potter was 7 years old in 4 weeks and had approximately a decade before Hogwarts and then Hogwarts after that and then everything that came after Hogwarts, and that done for now was the correct framing for a person who was going to spend the rest of their life being involved in things that mattered. "Yeah," Harry said. "For now." They went out the front entrance of the ministry into an October afternoon that had the particular sharp quality of early autumn, cold in the shade, warm where the sun caught stone, the leaves on the plane trees across the road gone amber at the edges. Harry stood on the steps for a moment and felt the air, which was just air, London air with the smell of autumn and stone, and somewhere down the street someone was selling roasted chestnuts and the smell of them was warm and specific and good. Sirius stood beside him and looked at the street. "Broom practice tomorrow," he said. "Obviously," Harry said. "You're going to figure out the hovering business." "I'm already beyond the hovering business. I've been practicing on Thursday evenings when you think I'm doing reading." Sirius turned and looked at him with an expression that managed to be simultaneously exasperated, impressed, and something that was the specific warmth of a person who had been responsible for someone for 2 months and was still figuring out what that meant, but was finding that the figuring out was, mostly, good. "You've been secretly practicing broom flying." "I'm very good at it," Harry said. "I was just letting you have the satisfaction of teaching me." "You," Sirius stopped. Then he laughed, the warm full laugh, and shook his head. "James used to do the exact same thing. Pretend to need teaching so the other person could have the satisfaction." "Did it work?" "Every time," Sirius said. "He did it right up to 7th year. I never caught on." He looked at Harry with the grey eyes and the full warmth of them, and Harry looked back, and it was the look of two people who had found each other in the wreckage of something and were standing on the other side of it, not undamaged but whole, not simple but clear. "You're going to be extraordinary," Sirius said. "You know that?" "I know I'm going to try," Harry said. "Same thing," Sirius said. They walked down the ministry steps together and onto the London street, and the October afternoon held them both, and the roasted chestnut cart was further down, and Sirius said we should get some with the energy of someone rediscovering small pleasures, and Harry said yes, obviously, and they went. The city moved around them. The magical world moved inside it, unseen, continuing its own quiet revolution in the aftermath of 6 weeks that had dismantled a decades-long structure and begun, slowly and imperfectly and with all the difficulty of real institutional change, to build something more honest in its place. In a Gringotts vault, 31 million Galleons sat in their proper places. In a DMLE file, 6 cases were under active review. In the deep vault, a clay disc sat inert and cold in its lead-lined case, waiting for its scheduled destruction. In the sky above the safe house, on Thursday evenings, a boy on a broom cut clean arcs through the air with the precise, joyful competence of someone whose magic had been fully theirs for 6 weeks and who intended to keep it that way. And on the street outside the ministry on an October afternoon, a small boy in dark green and his godfather walked in the direction of a chestnut cart, and Harry Potter was, for the first time in his life, exactly as large as he was supposed to be.